Over hills green as the springtime, chasing a lonely cloud white as snow. Someday soon I mean to catch it, hold tight and up into the sky I'll go. I think of what you told me, however sad life seems, that sometimes tears can turn to dreams. If I could only be with you once more and hold you tightly to my heart, we could walk this road together and never ever be apart. Each and every heart will be healed on our journey through another down the years, over the ages, bonds from a secret past reach through. Life is grasped, one soul is chosen. Once again, a child is born anew. Deep in the heart of darkness, where cold despair is found, the call of hope may it resound. I close my eyes and you are here. Your smiling face shines down on me. I am alone, but never lonely. You're by my side, and I can clearly see that though the road into tomorrow is long, my mind is clear, my heart is strong. If I could only be with you once more and hold you tightly to my heart, we could walk this road together and never ever be apart. Your light will shine on every forest and field on our journey through
Hello. Actually, hold on. Hello, everyone. Hello. I am just having a casual conversation with this guy about how he shouldn't lose his diary again. And you know what? I don't think he will. Yes, yes. Some very good character development. He won't ever ask us to get his diary again. Anyway, alright then. Hello everyone, welcome back to more Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. Last time, we arrived in the other world. We watched our mother die in our arms. But good news, according to Mr. Trippy here, High Lord of the Fairies, there's a way to save her and bring her back to life. We just have to take care of the rotter known as Shadar. We also got ourselves a new wand, some new duds, a locket, the wizard's companion. Look, a lot happened last time. It was mainly story setup. This time, we're going to be doing exactly what that thing at the top says. We're going to be making our way to Mamoon. Let's get started. I see no reason to delay this any further. If you are equipped, go on. Now, minor notes. If you are worried about any upcoming fights, if you're worried about your general strength, I have a little tip for you. I'm too used to having to navigate the menus in Xenoblade with the control stick. As far as equipment goes, all I'm gonna say is that, it might benefit you to buy some clothes in advance. Don't worry about anything else, just know it might benefit you to have some clothes. I'm not buying them. Actually, hold up. I wanted to get something. Welcome to the stream, Mega Eevee. I'm just gonna be hunting for treasure. Alright, so according to the map, it's right when the path starts. I better look for suspicious places. That place over there is our objective. Oh, and if you're worried about levels, don't be. Although I will say, it is time for another tip for new players. Always be prepared for surprise boss battles. We are going to have a surprise boss battle by the end of this stream. So I'm going to just say this right now. If you're playing this game for the first time, always be prepared for a fight. I will be right back. Okay, so quick explanation. I was called out to help cook as soon as I started streaming. Don't you just love it when that happens? So I've opened the menu and I'm gonna let some music play. I'll be back. back. Sorry about that. I'm expecting to have to leave at any moment now. Actually, hold on. Let me go double check something. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so now, welcome everyone that is in the stream. I just need to make a text and I can get started. Wait. Hold on. I'd just like to point out, all of this stuff came up at the literal last second. Like, as I started. Anyway, where was I? Oh, right. I was hunting for treasure. Alright, so so at the beginning of the path, I'm gonna investigate any suspicious spots. Hold up. Let me refresh my memory on where the keyhole is. Okay, so it's roughly at the beginning of the path, directly below that rib cage. So it's below this thing. Spamming A, spamming A. Also, I don't know if I said it yet, but welcome back, Megavy. If you're still here. You know what? It's not worth obsessing about. I've never been able to find that chest. I really haven't. Alright, welcome to the Golden Grove. Forest of Plenty. here we are. Golden Grove. A quick stroll through here, and we'll be out on the other side. And into the desert in no time. Tiny.
Jeepers creepers. Just look at all those giant mushrooms. It's so different from the deep dark wood.
You're not wrong, Ollie boy. It's another type of woodland altogether this is. No offense to old Tree Face, but the soil by here is just better. Proper fertile it is. The trees are weighed down with fruit and nuts all the year round. That's why they call it the Forest of Plenty, see?
The Forest of Plenty, huh?
It's been a while since I dropped by. There's nostalgic. Full of fairies. This old place is. Shall I give the boys a shout?
Yes, please, Mr. Drippy.
Oi, how do, boys? Anyone about? It's me, Drippy!
Nobody's home.
What? No welcoming committee for the Lord High Lord of the Fairies? Something proper weird is going on, man. No fairies in town, and none in the forest neither. What's happened to them all?
Maybe we should go deeper into the forest. We might be able to find out more there.
Well, since we're going that way anyway, let's just push on through to Mamoon and see what we can see. Alright.
Okay, boy, I sure hope we get to meet some of your fairy friends, Mr. Drippy.
Golden Grove. Waystone right at the start.
I see no reason to not use it, if I'm being honest. Alright, so, starting now, the tutorial is over. Once you have your magic wand, there's a new battle theme. This battle theme is a lot more fast-paced than the one we've heard up till now. This just means the adventure has really begun. These guys are moon signs, so I'm gonna bring out Smitey. Now, for the record, we got Frostbite in the last episode. And I would love to show off how strong it is, but I can't. Almost all the enemies in the Golden Grove are weak to fire.
We did it!
Go figure. So yeah, I would still recommend Fireball. It's much more cost efficient. And just like with any dungeon, you're gonna need to use Oliver's MP to solve puzzles. So you should try to save your MP whenever possible. Anyway, we got a sandwich there. Tight.
Let's do it!
How are you all doing? Because like last time, it was cutscenes galore. So I couldn't really talk much. I couldn't really communicate with you guys. I'd just like to say, we are finally out of cutscene central. I'll actually be able to talk more.
We did it!
So, how have you guys been? And if any of you are still, you know, watching after the 30 minutes of just silence, thank you for staying. Really. I did not expect to get pulled away for 30 minutes right at the start. Okay, you're sun sign, so Thumbo. Psych up. Go wild. Now, we're not done with the tutorials, I'm going to say that now. But I will say this. We are done with all the basic tutorials. The only tutorials left are for more complicated mechanics. Now, something that you might have noticed if you were paying attention. At the beginning of the adventure... Oh wait, cutscene. These giant mushrooms are blocking the way, Mr. Drippy. What should we do? I will be right back.
Alright, sorry about that. I heard the door open, so I had to go check on it. Anyway. What do you mean? Jump on the flippin' things, of course. Huh? But won't they break? Nah, man. It'd take much more than the slip of a lad like you who are landing on them to finish off these formidable fungi. You'll be fine. I sure hope so. I guess we don't have much choice, huh? This is your proper tutorial for how platforms like these work. I already explained it last time. Honestly, it's not much of a tutorial. It's basically just don't think you're blocked because there's something like that in the way. You can usually jump on it by just running up to it. That's pretty much all it is. Alright, Thumbo! Show 'em what you're made of! Come on. Come on. Alright. Minor note, I have not studied maps of the dungeons, so I will be wandering through them like anyone else. I wonder what this is. Ollie boy, man! It's a blanking robot! Looks like it's been lying here for a while, like. Well, it's not going to help us get through the forest. Best to just leave it there for now, ain't it? I wonder what that thing's for. I suppose it's not important. Set of beast fangs. That's actually better than the giant's tooth. You know what? Oliver, you're getting both giant's tooth. Because, like, higher stats are higher stats, even if it's a useless badge. Well, why did I say badge? Even if it's useless for you. Now, what level am I? I'd like to avoid leveling up if I can. Oh wait, no, I just realized what the level threshold would be. Okay, yeah, no. 9 is not over leveled.
We can do this.
Alright, sword bore and tight. Oh great, smash hit. Might as well go over that. Smash hit is a high damaging physical attack that is single target. And smash hit has an effect I like to call blow down. I called it that since I was a little kid. I did not get it from Xenoblade. Basically, high impact attacks, like say you were hit head on with a giant hammer. That inflicts what is known as blowdown. If you are hit by one of those attacks, you will be immediately knocked out of whatever you were doing. If you see one of those attacks charging, my advice, either defend or just don't try to cast any spells or use any abilities. Now then, I will say this. I'm playing without the guiding star. If you're a new player, turn it on. If you are ever lost, if you can't figure out what to do, turn on the guiding star. Oh, new enemy. No matter what your level is, these guys will always run from you.
Let's go.
Nap caps. Believe it or not, these things are highly dangerous. They can inflict sleep or do that. Blunt. Wait. Oh, cool. It didn't go off. Okay, so what Blunt does is it lowers your attack. This early in the game, when attack is pretty much your best option in combat, that's pretty detrimental. Sunday. Actually, creature cage. What treats do I have with me anyway? Smitey, eat up Eat your flans. They're good for you. Now for you, pie. Enjoy your pie. Wait, what the? I looked at the mini-map and I was just nowhere.
Watch this!
But yeah, no, like, in fact, I'll just show you. Frostbite is not effective here because Fireball is the effective attack in this area. It's got extremely long cast, well, no, not long cast time. It's got extremely short cast time. It does super effective damage. In fact, its damage will be about equal to Frostbite while you're here. Frostbite will be useful later on, but for now, I would suggest sticking to Fireball.
Here goes!
Oh, great. I'm using a star sign. I'm resistant to that, buddy. Oh my god, I got so worried there.
We did it!
If I had died there, that absolutely wouldn't have been forgivable. Alright, Smitey. Smitey, learn Smash Hit! Okay, so I didn't go over it before, but Sandblast. It's Sand Attack. Sandblast is not that good, but if you're doing all the side quests, here's a tip. Don't get rid of it. Like, keep it in reserve. Don't make Smitey forget Sandblast. Trust me, it'll be helpful later. Anyway, give me some bread.
Come on!
Okay. What's Oliver's MP at? I'm not opening up with Cut Loose. Anyway, yeah, so Smash Hit is about a medium damage physical skill with the blowdown effects. Blowdown effects are actually really good. Because, to describe them simply, it's a free cancel. Why try to time your cancels when you can just use a blowdown effect to force the enemy to just stop casting? Anyway, you will only learn what has a blowdown effect and what won't by using the move. There's nothing in the menu that will tell you, oh hey, this thing has blowdown.
Let's go! Here goes!
Oh. I'm gonna use Fireball on you. Then I'm gonna set... Then I'm gonna set Thumbo loose. I need spare MP for Healing Touch. I really do.
We won!
Actually, okay, I'm already forgetting a tip I made in the last part. So, paying attention to specifically Oliver's experience bar is kind of important. Because if you know when Oliver's going to level up, then you know when you can spam all your magic. And that will make the battle where Oliver levels up a much faster fight. Oh right, Drippy doesn't follow you. I thought that was Drippy, and it scared me. Once again, there's no jumping on that mushroom. We'll have to look for another way around. Actually, hold up, wait. Drippy does follow you everywhere. Where the heck is he? Like, I'm not crazy, right? Drippy does, in fact, follow you everywhere. Even in dungeons. Okay, so in the Forest Grove, you're essentially looking for this thing. Just follow the ditches. You're not back attacking me. I know what this thing is, and it's dangerous.
Let's do it.
Now this thing, a pom-pom. Don't send your familiar out, nuke it. Now I'm gonna use Frostbite here. It is not weak to fire. Right? I'm second guessing myself. Okay, nah, never mind it. Yeah, no, just look at that damage comparison. The first attack did like 23, and Fireball is easily topping it. Oh, wait.
We did it.
Oh, it's moving as if I had a later trait. Okay, I heard the door again. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm hoping that's the last interruption. Alright, so let's keep going. So yeah, your goal is looking for this ditch. That's your first goal here. Jeepers! What is that? Tiny! It's a familiar egg. A familiar egg? But didn't you tell me that familiars come from people's hearts? Indeed they do, my lad. But not only from there. Familiars can be born wherever there's plenty of what you might call life force. See? The sky, the sea, the forest, the field. It doesn't matter where it is, Ollie boy. When enough life force builds up, out they pop. In fact, they can even be born from everyday objects if they're used long enough, and loved hard enough. I know, mad, ain't it? Wow, life force sure sounds powerful. So this egg is made from life force building up here in the forest, huh? Huh. There's quick you are. Life force is a mysterious and potent energy, filled with wonder. But the results ain't always so magical. Sometimes, instead of friendly familiars, wild and vicious beasties are born instead. You mean the creatures that are always attacking us? The very same. And the only way to teach them not to go around attacking people is to fight back, ain't it? Don't look so worried, man. We don't kill the poor things. We just send them somewhere where they can't bother us for a while. Yeah, that is legitimately what happens. At the end of a battle, you're not, like, you never kill anything by the end of this game. Most of the time. Normal enemies, when you defeat them... Now, my theory about this is that Oliver's magic sends them to an alternate dimension or something. Just some kind of place where they can't bother you for a bit. Okay. I wonder what kind of creature will come out of this egg. I can't wait to see it hatch.
Well, you'll be waiting a while, Ollie boy. Look at the bits of tree around the edge of it. All withered they are. Seems like the forest life force has taken a turn for the sparse. That must be why all the fairies cleared out too, eh? Sorry, but if things stay as they are, this egg ain't hatching anytime soon.
Gee, that's so sad. There must be something we can do, Mr. Drippy.
There is indeed, Ollie boy, and it's right there in your hand. Do I have to spill it out? All you have to do is cast a spell that can unwither the withered bits. Restore them to their former glory. You know what I mean.
Sure, Mr. Drippy, let me see. A spell that can restore the withered branches to how they used to be. It is now time to go over different types of spells. You might notice we have everyday spells and battle spells. Then we have just all spells. Everyday spells are the spells you'll be using the most. Now, healing touch is here mainly for convenience sake, but for reference, you might notice we don't use spells like Spring Lock or Spirit Medium in battle. That's because they have no practicality in battle. There are spells known as puzzle spells. At least that's what I called them. Rejuvenate is one of such spells. I didn't go over it. Let's refer to the Wizard's Companion. If you want more information on how a spell works, again, this is your best tool. I think this is Rejuvenate? Yes. Turn back the clocks and return an object to its former glory. I think I read this last time, but how Rejuvenate works is that it rewinds time on something that isn't alive. You can't use it to bring back the dead or anything. It's only on things that are not alive.
Tiny! Look, Ollie boy, it's hatching! Witness the miracle of new life!
Jeepers creepers. Shall we help or something? Whee! Neato! It hatched! We did it, Mr. Drippy!
Aw, there's beautiful. There's nothing like a good hatching to get me welling up.
Stop it! It tickles!
I think he likes you.
He's cute. Okay, little one, we have to go. Enjoy your life here in the forest, won't you?
You ain't taking him with you, Ollie boy?
He only just hatched, Mr. Drippy. I can't let him come with us. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, you've got a point, I suppose. Fair enough. Right to Littly. Look after yourself, eh? Bye for now.
Goodbye now, and take care. Hold on. I had to punish my dog before the stream. It's time I let her out of the kennel. Okay. Alright. Alright, we might as well just keep going then. Yeah, so, it bears repeating, if you're lost, turn on the guiding star. The Golden Grove is quite confusing in layout. In fact, I'm going to look at the map to double check what I have to do. Oh, a blue chest.
Let's go! Here goes!
Oh yeah, the little detail I was gonna bring up earlier. If you've been paying attention, you might have noticed at the start of Oliver's journey, he was exhausted after a battle and kind of just wiping the sweat from his brow. Starting when Oliver has his new clothes, Oliver is more experienced in battle, and instead, when he wins, it's a cheer of victory. Anyway, the Hoarfrost Harpoon. We don't have any familiars that can equip it, and now is probably a good time to say this. If you get weapons or armor that you can't equip, hold on to them. They might be useful later. That goes back to probably the greatest tip I can give. Hoard your items early.
Let's do it!
Having more of something can only help you in the long run.
Here goes! We won!
I think I need to go down here. Wait, no, that's not it. So yeah, we're just gonna be wandering around until eventually something happens. Oh, speaking of... Well, look who it is. It's the Lily from before. How do you, youngin'? I hate my stutter sometimes. Did he follow us? Looks like he wants us to follow him now. Is there something he wants to show us? I wonder. Maybe he's found some of my fairy buddies. Eh? Speaking of fairies, he looks a lot more like I imagined a fairy would than you do, Mr. Drippy. Oh, he does he? Well, that just shows what you know, doesn't it? The cheek. You know, Oliver has a point. As a kid, this thing looks a lot more like what a lot of kids would think a fairy looks like than Drippy. Again, okay, so I'm just gonna show it off. This. Oh, nice. Okay, so pom-poms are resistant to physical attacks. That's why I suggest just nuking them with magic. That is completely understandable. Fawful, do not worry. Like, I am not forcing anybody to watch my content. If you get busy, you get busy. Though I have noticed my only mod is not present. Well, I mean, he was present, but very briefly. Come on, hello. Hey, what do you mean you force Evie most of the time at gunpoint? No, I don't. Hey, this looks kind of familiar. Of course it does, you plonker. It's a page from the Wizard's Companion. And it's finders keepers around these parts. That's the law of the forest. You know what I mean. Just grab it. Neato. Quicken growth. Will speed up the growth of plants. However, one minor caveat is that when you cast this, it will also shorten the lifespan of those plants. It's kind of like you're aging them up. You're letting them grow faster, but you're also forcing their childhood, I guess, to speed up. Thanks for showing us the way.
What's that? He's saying he reckons he could be useful to you, Ollie boy. Wants to tag along on our journey, he does.
But he's just a kid. It's too dangerous.
Ah, cheeky little so-and-so. Look who's talking, he says. He means you're just a kid yourself, ain't it? And he's got a point.
He really said that? But...
Don't fret, Ollie boy. Creatures like him are born to be familiars. And traveling around with wizards like yourself is what familiars do, ain't it?
Gee, I guess. Okay, you can come with us.
You'd better give the little fellow a name then. That'll seal the deal. Make you officially his master-like.
We have a few options here. We have Sid, Saeed, Planter, Seymour. How could Skena have you at gunpoint? No, I'm not holding anybody at gunpoint. I don't even have a gun.
I wouldn't hold anybody at gunpoint.
I don't have a gun. Anyway, so, see, this is one of my favorite familiars in the game. No matter what I'm doing, I always take this familiar to the final boss. Well, funny how you say water gun, Mega Eevee. Let's see. By the way, don't be fooled by the fact that this thing is basically a fairy. It is very much a guy, as Drippy and Oliver were referring to. This familiar is very much male. Let me think. You know what? I have a name that describes this familiar perfectly. Shulk. Its name is now Shulk. Sure, thanks.
That's 3 old familiars you got now, ain't it, Ollie boy? And look at that! This one can evade attacks and all!
Evade? Is that some kind of trick?
Yeah, I suppose you could call it that. It's like defending, only you don't take any damage. Only thing is, it's proper quick, so you have to be a bit nifty with your timing. But then you're getting pretty tasty at the old fighting block, ain't it? In fact, I might as well let you in on another little trick of the trade while we're here.
Nito, what is it? You've actually been seeing me do this the entire time. I actually did it earlier.
Well, what it is if you do an attack at the exact moment an enemy's attacking you, you'll hit back with what's known as a counter-attack. And if that works, your enemy will be so stunned, they'll just sit there and will let you whack them even more. Tidy, eh? You can tell when the perfect time to counterattack is because the little attack bubble down in the corner will flash blue.
What's really nice about this battle system is you could have done this from the very first battle. That little blue flash has been appearing. And the perceptive among you may have noticed I am holding off on my attacks every now and then. That's because I'm waiting for the counterattack. If you can counterattack an enemy, oh boy, you get at least 3 seconds to wail on them and do whatever. It sounds complicated, but I'll do my best, Mr. Drippy. Going more into evade. It's exactly how Drippy sounds, and it's exactly how the attack sounds. Evade is defend on steroids. So, evade. You might have noticed defend allows me to keep my guard up for a pretty long period of time. Defend is the safe version. Evade is high risk, high reward. If a familiar has evade, they can just ignore any and all damage that would have been dealt to them. And you know what? It's the perfect command for the Seed Sprite. One of the few familiars I'll actually be going over. The Seed Sprite is Oliver in familiar form. Yep. The Seed Sprite is a magic nuke. The Seed Sprite has ludicrously good magic attack. In fact, I'm going to be focusing on that. One minor note to be aware of. Magic doesn't miss. I haven't brought that up yet. Magic will never miss. There are specific spells where it's kind of weird. It's counted as a physical attack. It's still, like... So, if it's an elemental physical attack, it can miss. But, like, if it's straight up magic, it can't miss. Our Seed Sprite is of the Nymphae genus. Nymphae are extremely elusive, and most non-wizards do not even believe that they exist. Once one starts to look, however, they can be found in the most unexpected of places. Should you chance to meet one, be sure to offer it some cake. My, you like cake! What a perfect thing for you to like. This thing is a glass cannon. Raise its magic attack, and this thing will be one-shotting most regular enemies. And back to when Evie mentioned water gun. It's important to note, each familiar has their own specialty in terms of elements. That should be pretty obvious. The Seed Sprite specialty is light and water. Light, that is an extremely good element for a familiar to have, and I'll explain why. Oliver, throughout the course of the game, gets 2 light spells. Each respectively costing 12 and 34 MP. So, having a familiar that can use light magic for less than that is really good. Oliver won't have to waste his precious MP to deal light damage. And trust me when I say, light damage is probably the reason why you're not winning some of the harder boss fights. Now, Shulk over here starts with Drowsy Drops. You might notice, what is that symbol on the elements? It's darkness. Darkness is weird. There's not a lot of damaging dark moves. I'm gonna say that right now. Most of the dark elemented moves are status effects. We have Water Bomb and Healing Tear. Healing Tear is, in my opinion, a stronger Healing Touch. Healing Touch is not a bad spell. It's not. But if I'm being honest, it gets outclassed by so many other things. And you know what? It makes sense. Oliver's not a healer. This is more so to heal outside of battle. For equipment, Shulk can use harpoons. Now the Hoarfrost harpoon, you might notice it says element water. This is our first elemental weapon. Simply put, When Shulk attacks, he will now deal water damage. This does not count as a physical attack, but it still uses the attack stat. Though, if I'm being honest, if you equip a weapon onto a Seed Sprite, it's for the magic attack. There is no reason to upgrade a Seed Sprite's normal attack. I'm just gonna say that right now. It's a lost cause. Now, if Xenoblade stream. Yeah. So, if you had bought clothes back in Ding Dong Dell, they do sell them. This is why I suggest, if you're struggling with the Golden Grove, maybe go buy some clothes. You don't really need to. In fact, I'd suggest not doing that, but just know it's a thing. Unfortunately, the Battler's Badge isn't that good on Shulk. So, what is this Seed Sprite bad at? I'm glad you asked. Even though I guarantee nobody asked. Fire. Yes, this is a legitimate thing. Something to be of note. In this game, there are some elements that are much more common than others. Fire and water are by far the elements you will be fighting against the most in this game. Yeah, it's nice to be resistant to Storm, but if I'm being honest, there is only one fight where I could legitimately recommend bringing a familiar resistant to Storm. Now, granted, it's one of the harder fights, but still. Water. While not as common as the last one, it's pretty decently common. Fire. Honestly, I think they should have given you the Seed Sprite instead of the Lemur second. The reason for that? Once we're out of the Golden Grove, we know we're heading to the desert. There's fire everywhere in the desert. Meaning your Seed Sprite can and will get one-shot frequently. Anyway, just like Smitey and Thumbo, Shulk here is starting at level 1. And you might notice, Shulk has the star sign. You didn't think they were legitimately going to give you all 3 astral signs, did you? Okay, so now we're done with all that. I have a minor complaint about this game. Familiars. Moon sign familiars outside of the early game are actually very rare. Not nearly as rare as Planet.
Come on!
Getting a Planet sign is essentially the same hype as getting a shiny in Pokemon. But Moon familiars? They aren't that common. At least once you're out of the early game. I feel like the Seed Sprite should have been a Moon familiar. And Shulk already learned Water Bomb. Okay, let me... Hold up, I need to stop recording this stream. I realize now I had the wrong notes up on my other screen. There we go. So, as always, the sign also determines extra resistances. In addition to light, which honestly, that's a pretty worthless thing to be resistant to. I'm just gonna say flat out, you are never going to be in a situation where you would genuinely want your familiar to be resistant to light. Light elements moves mainly fall under healing, for starters. There's very few attacking light-based moves.
We did it!
So that's where the star sign kicks in. Our Seed Sprite is actually has a natural 5% resistance to water. So that's nice. Anyway, now that we have Quicken Growth, actually, this is mighty convenient. I planned to do this at the start of the stream, but I forgot.
Watch this!
You're still not high leveled enough. So, I brought this up last time, but I never really explained why, because we hadn't had a choice. Well, we didn't have a chance to yet.
We did it!
Those that were present last time might recall, I said in the last stream, visit Old Father Oak after each major story event. Let's go do that. Now, in the recording, unless something happens on the way there. Oh, minor note. You should absolutely quicken growth these mushrooms. You don't have to, but trust me. They will be so helpful when backtracking later on. I do suggest backtracking later on. And it's because of Old Father Oak. Now, those of you playing along, you don't have to visit Old Father Oak. But just know, Old Father Oak will give you extra items and dialogue for visiting him. So, I just like to point something out. With the Seed Sprite joining, we have yet another reason not to use Frostbite. Frostbite costs 6 MP. Water Bomb costs 4. So, Blunt doesn't affect me. Buddy, I'm the magic user. Blunt doesn't affect me.
We did it!
Anyway, tutorial over. Oh, right. I'm gonna go more into detail. Canceling attacks. That was brought up before. Personally, I think they should have given the canceling tutorial now, and given the counterattack tutorial when they were telling you about canceling attacks. Oh no. Okay, guess I'm forced against my will to do this. Yeah, physical damage doesn't do much. I could really use some MP. I've been too trigger happy on the spells. Okay. So now let me address chat. Now that I'm done talking about all that. Yes, Fawful, I am the Avatar! For the record, I suggest visiting Old Father Oak after you get your wand. So yeah, Old Father Oak will have new stuff to tell you after each major story event. Not all of them give items though, but as I plan to show off everything in this game, yeah, I'll be doing it. Even when there's nothing in it for me. It's basically like, when it feels like a lot of stuff has just happened, that's when you should visit. I've been good, Fawful. How about you? So yeah, this was a pretty short trip. Don't get used to it. Until later, it's going to be a bit of a pain to backtrack. So I can understand some players not wanting to come to Old Father Oak when he's just going to give you extra dialogue. Oh wait, why was it? Old Father Oak, how do you do, sir? It's been a long time. Oh, hello there, young man. How very nice it is to see you again. Now, tell me all about your travels. Oh, ho, ho, so you cured the lazy cat king of Ding Dong Dell. That was no mean feat. We sure did, and we fought the king of mice too. He was this big, and my familiars are getting real strong. You are rewarding them suitably for their efforts, I trust. You get 5 bars of milk chocolate. It's better chocolate. I'm sure Drippy has told you many times, but it bears repeating. Familiars are exceedingly fond of treats, and the more you give them, the more likely it is that they will be able to give you the help you need when you are in danger. It is as the old saying goes, look after your familiars, and they will look after you. I sure will, Old Father Oak. Ho ho ho, now be on your way, and travel carefully. Actually, yes, it would be. There's no, there's not going to be a stream tomorrow. I'm celebrating Christmas with family on Christmas Eve. I will be uploading a new video, but that's it. I'll also be streaming on Christmas. It'll be more Ni no Kuni. Like, nothing will change. I will wish you guys a Merry Christmas at the start. But, like, it'll just be your typical stream. So anyway, minor note. I think the milk chocolate's worth it for the trip. That is a lot of attack. But I'm going to be saving all my chocolate for later. So yeah, no. Again, for those watching the video I will make on this series, yeah. The travel time is going to get cut out. On Christmas there is... Where was the enemy?
We can do this!
There aren't random encounters in this game. The enemy was hidden. Okay, as I was saying, I'm not really doing anything on Christmas. That's kind of the thing. I suppose if I wanted to, I could instead record Xenoblade 1. See, I want to fix that playthrough, but I don't think it's a good idea to stream it again. Yet. So instead, I'm just going to make a recorded Let's Play. And, it'll probably be the only one of my Let's Plays that weren't streamed first. So, Mega Eevee, what's the heads up? Oh, right. Okay, Mega Eevee, that makes sense. I did not read more of chat. I probably should have.
Watch this! Here goes!
Yeah, I guess I could just record stuff Wednesday. I want to fix the several things I was wrong about in Xenoblade 1 and all the mistakes I made. So when I do Xenoblade 2, I can recommend an actually good playthrough. Mega Eevee, I'm not gonna hire more mods than I need. Well, hire is a strong word. Nobody's getting paid for modding.
We can do
But
this.
like, I'm not gonna have more mods than I actually need. Actually, I got full MP. What the heck am I doing? Also, I've come up with a system to control my swearing now. Now, when I swear, I'm just going to say a Xenoblade 3 alternative. Because technically speaking, Spark 8 is not a curse word. And since this playthrough is going to be child-friendly when you're watching the videos, yeah, I definitely need to control my swearing. Yeah, run nightcap. What level am I at? That's good. I want what's coming up to be a challenge.
Come on.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe having 2 mods wouldn't be a bad idea.
We did it.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking now, maybe having 2 mods wouldn't be such a bad idea, because I don't want to stress Mega Eevee more than I guess is needed. I'll give it some thought.
Let's go.
What do you mean spoilers?
Here goes.
Yeah, that was not worth using my full power. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping an eye on chat. Just, I usually have a death counter in my stream, so because of that, a mod's main job is just to work the counter. Because if that death counter goes up, it means I'm doing a hard challenge and I need to actually focus. What I want to avoid is multiple people trying to type the command and then it goes off multiple times. So how much stream delay are we working with right now? Not too bad. I'm checking before I step forward if stream delay is going to be an issue. Okay, so Mega Eevee, the new protocol for the counter when there's stream delay. I'm going to sit on the game over screen for about 10 seconds, and I'll only progress if the command hasn't been typed. Well, I'll only progress on the game over screen if the command hasn't worked, basically. Anyway, suspicious waystone is suspicious. There's not too much stream delay, but I'd like to avoid another situation of what happened last stream from repeating. Look, Mr. Drippy, it's a fountain, but it's all dried up.
Dearie me. This ain't too pretty, is it? But now we know what the problem is, at least.
We do?
Well, this is the spring of life, ain't it? It's what put the plenty in Forest of Plenty.
The reason the fairies have scarpered and the tree that Familiar Egg was in was all withered is because the spring by here has run dry. Of all the low moves, who would do something like this? Proper despicable it. Uh-oh.
What's wrong, Mr. Drippy?
I've got a feeling in my lantern that the culprit is about to appear.
He is?
Trust me, man. It's how these things always happen.
Yeah, before even considering a new mod, I would have to, like, come up with basically a system for how commands would work. See, I do have more mods than Mega Eevee, but both of them are more so my friends instead of mods. They don't tune into my streams frequently. Anyway.
See?
What? Oh! Jeepers!
Gladiator, Guardian of Golden Grove. Welcome to the boss of Golden Grove. Your Seed Sprite will be your best friend here.
Now, Gladiator doesn't have any weaknesses, so, like, just hurl your highest damaging magic. Evade. Okay. Okay, so evade, I kind of just showed it off there. If you can pull off evade, you take no damage from any attack. But as you can see, it is very fast. It requires timing. Yes, Boffle, he did. I pressed the A button! Okay, I need to get better at the timing. Now, Shulk here moves very fast. Much faster than Oliver, so evading attacks is pretty easy. I should keep some MP handy. I didn't have enough time to switch to Shulk. Ooh, MP! You know what? I'm gonna go in... Oh, wait. Oh, I thought that cost 12. Alright. No damage! Gold Glim! Okay, I didn't go over it, but Shulk's miracle move is New Dawn. It will fully heal Oliver and restore all status ailments, but I'm gonna go for Oliver's miracle move. No! I shouldn't have used it there. I should have waited. Frostbite. Oh! Okay, I'm lucky. I am very lucky. That 2 gold glims. Okay. Burning Heart! All right. Okay. More often than not, it's gonna open up with a...
Okay, this is the first time I've done the fight, and it didn't open up with a skill.
Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this Ollie boy. He looks like he's about to go flipping ballistic. Put your guard up, man. Come on.
All right, this, yeah, another gold glim?
Oh, I know. Hold on a sec, Ollie boy. Take this, you big bully. Tiny, now's your chance, man.
Indeed it is. That's my third gold glim. You know what?
No. No.
Please, put... Well, screw you too, game. Puts it where I can't reach it. Rampage. He won't use attacks that kind of freeze you in place anymore. Now, this is a good time to mention, since we can actually use them now. Status effects almost never work on bosses, so, like, don't even try it. It's not worth it most of the time. Okay, I swear I used the bait. Dude, I cannot take much more punishment. I'm trying to stay relatively under-leveled so I don't clean sweep the bosses, and they're actually entertaining to watch. Unlike when I quick killed freaking Hickory Dock. It is a skill issue. Here's the thing. If I had just grabbed it, I could have at least gotten New Dawn. Anyway. Spirit of the Glade. Shulk learned Healing Tear. It's basically Healing Touch, but just a little stronger. And we retrieved a page describing Gladiator. I won't be going over every specific boss. Thank goodness, that horrible creature is gone.
That wasn't just any old creature, Ollie boy. That was the guardian of this here forest.
Guardian? You mean like the guardian of the woods?
That I do. It's like I said, ain't it? Life force can make things pop up all over the place. And in places like this forest, the desire of the inhabitants to protect their home gives birth to massive guardian beasties, see? Beasties like that one you fought over in the deep dark wood, and the lad we just met. I don't know if you noticed, but his eyes were proper funny.
Do you think Shadar?
I wouldn't be surprised if he'd had a hand in this sordid little affair. Drawing up a spring is just the kind of low-down trick he'd play. Knickers! Well, the Guardian is back to his old self, but what are we going to do about the Spring of Life,
I've been thinking about that, Mr. Drippy. We healed the tree the egg was in with a spell, didn't we? Could we maybe use the same spell to restore the spring?
That's clever of you, Ollie boy. Reckon some of my brains must be rubbing off on you. Give it a try, my lad.
Alright, Mr. Drippy, I sure hope it works. Let's try to leave.
Oi! Get in a flippin' move on and fix the Spring of Life. Will you? Haven't you got a spell that might help? Yeah.
Rejuvenate. Let's rewind time on the spring. So this is the real spring of life. It's so pretty.
Indeed it is. And now the Guardian and the Spring are back to their normal selves. The fairies won't be far behind. Tidy!
Neato! I sure hope we can meet some fairies the next time we're here.
Me too, Ollie boy, me too. Right, to Mamoon.
Yes, sir. This is not a major story event, by the way. The purity at the heart of the Spring of Life has unlocked a story in the Wizard's Companion. The Shepherd Boy. Alright.
Right then, Ollie boy. I reckon there's some proper nasty monsters around by here. Don't try to be a hard man and take them all on. Just hurry up and get to Mamoon, ain't it?
Yes, true. The monsters here will be a little bit out of your league right now. Just saying. You can take them, but try not to fight too many monsters.
Let's go!
As they will overwhelm you pretty quickly if you're not careful. Clubber Cubs are not weak to water. By the way, now's probably a good time to mention, water and ice are the same element. I haven't brought that up till now. No. So that random Wednesday stream got so many copyright claims that I don't think I should ever play Undertale. Like, I can handle just some copyright, just saying, hey, the music's copyrighted, but the developer allows it to appear. But, like, every song that was played got copyrighted. Because of that, I just don't think it's a good idea to be playing Undertale on the channel. It's a great game, and I would like to play it on the channel, but, like, it's just not a good idea. I'd have to mute the music and replace it with something else. And I wouldn't even know what music to replace it with. Anyway. So, while in the desert, most of the enemies here will be weak to water. Yeah. Like, sorry to those that wanted to see Undertale. It's just not a game in the realm of possibility. And it's not even about the money, and I'm scared of demonetization. I'm scared of being forced to take the streams down. Oh, right. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I just realized. We are not having a repeat of... we are not having a repeat of Friday, where I died because I shut my brain off. So, for any water-based stuff, I recommend using your Seed Sprite. No! And a little tactic I also recommend. Pay attention to attacks, and if you see a fire attack, immediately pull your familiar back if it's weak to fire. Because Oliver may take more damage, but he's also not weak to fire. If your health's not low, it likely won't one-shot him.
We did it!
Okay, over there. Okay, I would really like to get to Mamoon soon. I might have to legitimately start run. Oh my god, screw off.
Let's do it!
Okay, I was gonna have to show it off eventually. Alright. Oh my god, it spawned me on the edge of the arena? Okay, first off, white bread. Make sure you have some health before you try to run away. If you fail, you're stunned.
Come on!
I'm too underleveled for these guys. Like, I can take out a few of them, but I am not taking on an army. Welcome to Mamoon, the court of the Khalifa.
Here we are, Mamoon. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. It's different from Ding Dong Dell, huh?
Well, of course it flipping is. It's slap bang in the middle of the desert for a start.
Mmm. What's that delicious smell?
That's the babanas, innit? Babanas are what Mamoon's famous for, see? You never eaten a fruit like it. Gorgeous they are. Tell you what, I'm starving. Fancy a babana split?
Really? They're that good, huh? Wow.
Too flipping right they are. This place was built on the babana trade. There's tasty fruit.
Okay, let's try some.
Before we go babanas, though, we should try and find this Rashad, ain't it? It's what we came here for, after all. You're right. We should ask around and find out if anybody knows him. Excuse me, sir. Do you know where I can find the great sage Rashad? The great sage Rashad? It's a long time since he was called by that name. These days, you would do better to ask after Rashad, seller of babanas. He sells babanas? You mean he's not a sage anymore? But getting him to teach me about magic was our whole reason for coming here. That's worrying. Still. We were after a babana split anyway, so we might as well stop by it and see what's what, ain't it? I guess. Okay, let's go find Rashad. For context, babanas are just bananas. That's it. They aren't some special fantasy dish. They are literally just bananas. Now, I'm going to highly recommend you heal. Bananas are bananas. We got a new region of the world's page. This means we can now... Oh... This means we can now hunt for the invisible treasure chests. Also save while you're at it. Okay, that is tempting, but I don't want to waste more MP than I have to. We are going to be approaching the first of many difficulty spikes in Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch. But on the way there, you might notice, we have some side quests.
Oh, it's no use. I just can't be bothered. Leave me alone.
What's happened to you? You were full of beans when we set out from Ding Dong Dell. Is everything okay? Well, we're traveling merchants, you see, but since we arrived in Mamoon, my husband has completely lost his will to sell. And after we went to all the trouble of leaving Ding Dong Dell to travel the world and earn enough money to open our dream shop.
Who cares about the stupid shop? Selling things is such a lot of effort. Let's not bother anymore. Well, this doesn't look too good, does it? I reckon our friend here must be feeling a bit under the weather.
Huh. I can see you're going to be no use. I'll just have to work for the two of us then, won't I?
That's all. We can mend his broken heart. One hubby-sized helping of enthusiasm should do it.
It should, huh? When arriving to a new town, I would recommend accepting every quest to heal the brokenhearted. They are by far the easiest quests to do, and honestly, it's just free merit stamps. Why would you not do it? Yes, we have to cure him. We can't just leave people who are in need.
Ain't it though? let's get a wriggle on it and find us some enthusiasm then, shall we?
I think we already have it. Yep. Let's give heart. Let's give him some enthusiasm. Because I'll be honest, as you're exploring towns, you are very likely to just find the pieces of heart you need for these quests anyway. And when you do them, now you can get some more pieces of heart, and then you can complete more of them. It's a cycle that keeps giving you more loot.
Huh? Where am I? What was I doing? Oh, that's it. We need to make enough money to open our dream shop. Let's get to work.
Darling, you're back to your old self. Thank goodness.
Sorry, my darling. Did I worry you? I'm so sorry. I'm better now. Let's get to work, shall we?
Neato, we cured him.
Thank you so much for helping me out. You deserve an extra special free gift.
3 blindness begons and 100 guilders. I just realized I should have waited to sleep till later. And introducing another mechanic. Sometimes, I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to this, but you will get an additional merit stamp as a bonus. It's not something to drop everything over, but it is worth considering. Also, we have Horus. Nice to see you again. Did you have fun crossing the desert?
Fun! It was flippin' boiling, man!
Boiling for you, maybe Pipsqueak. I'm a ghost, and ghosts don't feel the heat, so there. What are you doing here, Horus? I'm looking at these fountains. They're amazing. They squirt out milk. All the milk a boy could drink. They're what Mamoon is famous for. But the spicy smell coming from that food stall is mixing with the smell of the milk. It's strange. Ha, you think so? I kind of like it. Hey, there's still loads of spells you don't know yet, are there, Oliver? Well, I am trying. It's just that my wizard's companion is kind of, most of the pages are missing. Missing? Oh yeah, I had to give you the spell for the page for Spirit Medium, didn't I? Uh-huh. When Mr. Drippy first gave it to me, the only spell inside was Gateway. Really? So the pages had been torn out? I bet it was that idiot Shadar's doing. Alright, I suppose I'd better help you fill it back up again, hadn't I?
Tiny, that's generous. Maybe I was wrong about you being a stingy little midget after all.
Well, I'm not just gonna hand a load of pages over it, that's what you're thinking. Oliver will have to prove his wizarding comprehension skills first. The wizard's companion isn't just full of spells. There are also stories in there that were gathered by the sages over the centuries. But those have probably been torn out too. Stories are pretty powerful after all. They might inspire people to stand up to them. Right, I'm going to give you one to get started. Have a read, it's one of my favorites. The Cowardly Prince and the Lion. This is the only instance where you will have to actually read the story. I'm going to start a poll. See, I know the answer, and I could just type it. But I want to know, do you guys want me to just read the story? I know the answer, and I can very much just enter it in. But do you guys want me to just read the story? While I'm waiting on that, all of Horus's riddles will involve the wizard's companion in some way or another. It's like a tutorial for each of the chapters. And this is a very nice way of introducing the wizard's companion and teaching you how to use it. Okay, we have a vote for yes. Actually, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll end the poll when I get back.
Okay, I am back. Oh, it's still only one of you? Well, my votes are mainly for people that are actually active in my stream, so that's fine by me. Guess I am reading the story. Alright. This is the story Horace wants us to read. The Cowardly Prince and the Lion. Alright. These tales are not in chapters, by the way. It may seem that way, but they're not. This is essentially going to be effectively an audiobook. So let me get some water first. I will be taking a break, like, probably in between these supposed chapters. So, like, when I'm done with the Cowardly Prince, I'm going to take a little break to catch my breath. Then I'll read Two Dragons, for example. Okay. In a certain country, oh wait, hold up. The first tale, The Cowardly Prince and the Lion. The Cowardly Prince. In a certain country, there lived a prince named Tamalo, who was sharp of mind but weak of spirit. His father was a brave king. Strong, wise, and loved by his subjects, but the noble example he set only served to weaken Tamalo's spirit. On one occasion, his father told him thus: "Soon, my boy, it will be time for me to retire, upon which thou shalt become king." While the announcement delighted the prince, it also filled him with a terrible dread, for he did not have the spirit required to ascend to the throne. In his vexation, he wandered from the castle, lost in thought, whereupon he encountered a fearsome-looking lion. The prince tried to flee, but the lion caught him easily in his paw, lifted him into his gaping mouth, and swallowed him whole. At first, the prince thought he was doomed, but at length he began to reconsider his position. "At least I no longer have to become king," thought the prince. After taking a deep breath, he said to the lion, Mighty lion, I am the prince of this country, and the day after tomorrow I was due to become its king. Since thou hast now swallowed me, however, thou must needs become king instead."
King, eh?
replied the lion.
I shan't complain about that.
Thereupon the prince led the lion back to the palace. The courtiers were shocked to see the lion enter the palace, but the prince pleaded with them from inside his stomach, and the lion was accepted as king. The lion proved to have quite an aptitude for royal duties. Whensoever there was a dispute in his kingdom, the lion would simply growl at the quarrelers.
"Stop complaining or I shall eat you alive."
Whensoever a bridge was swept away by a flood, the lion would simply use his paws to rip down a tree and lay it across the river. Regarding taxation and legal matters, the lion was utterly ignorant. But whensoever such a problem arose, Prince Tamala would speak to him from inside his stomach and provide him with a sound solution. Alright, Fawful. Have a good one then. Just so you know, you are about to miss a pretty good part of the story. Well, not this story, just the main story. Yeah. Let me clear my throat. Two dragons. After some time, news reached the king that two dragons were ravaging the eastern and western edges of his kingdom. The people were terrified and looked to their king to deliver them from this terrible evil. Upon which the king announced that he should go and smite the dragons himself, but even the fearsome lion stood no chance of defeating two such terrible dragons.
"My dear stomach dweller,"
said he then,
"what in the wide world should I do now?"
Prince Tamalo considered the lion's question.
and at length provided him with a suitable scheme. The lion headed east, to the part of the kingdom that was being ravaged by the larger dragon, and roared in its ugly face.
Dragon, I shall soon slay thee. I fear thee not, for no matter how large thou art, thou shalt never devour me! Oh ho ho ho!
Scoffed the dragon.
We shall see about that.
Upon which he ate the lion whole. From inside the dragon's stomach, the lion said,
Dragon, thou art now the king of this land. It is therefore thy royal duty to defeat the dragon ravaging the western part of thy kingdom.
At first, the dragon paid him no heed, but when the dragon witnessed the humans around him bowing in deference, as Prince Tamalo had requested them to do beforehand, he decided to do his royal duty, whereupon he went to the western mountains and slew the other dragon. Once the other dragon had been slain, the lion commenced to scratching the inside of the dragon's stomach.
Oh, it hurts! It hurts!
Cried the dragon, rolling on the floor in agony.
Have mercy, I beseech thee!
To which the lion said, then we have a nice picture.
If thou wouldst not feel this pain, thou must promise to never again hurt the people of this kingdom. Oh, very well, I promise,
cried the dragon in reply. But the dragon was a cunning beast, and Prince Tamalo knew that he would break his promises the moment the lion was out of his stomach. He therefore had the lion take out the babbling berry that he told him to bring with him, and place it inside the dragon. This berry was known to make noises that sounded like someone muttering to himself. With that babbling berry in his stomach, the dragon shan't notice when the lion escapes, thought Prince Tamalo. Later that night, when the dragon was sleeping, the lion crept out of his gaping mouth and set off back to the palace. The dragon left the king and his subjects alone forevermore.
Ah.
Alright. A new king. The kingdom had been at peace for 10 years when the lion said to Prince Tamalo,
Stomach dweller, it is time thou It is time thou comest hence from in there. I would have thee take my place on the throne.
Prince Tamalo was shocked and replied in a quivering tone, I fear that I do not have the spirit to become king.
But thy judgments over the past 10 years have invariably been wise,
said the lion.
That is as may be, but I am a coward,
replied Prince Tamalo.
It was only because
I was protected by a great strong lion that I could act so decisively. Yet the lion paid no heed. With an almighty sneeze, he ejected Prince Tamalo from his stomach. It had been 10 years since Prince Tamalo had seen the wide world outside, and he could not believe his eyes. The lion's mane was now full white, and his face was covered in wrinkles. Shut up inside the lion's stomach, Prince Tamalo had been quite unaware of any of this. A nice photo here.
As thou canst see with thine own eyes,
said the lion.
I have grown old. 10 years hast thou resided in my stomach, and yet not once didst thou scratch me or cause me any pain, as I myself did to that dragon, although thou couldst have done at any time. The courtiers and subjects of this kingdom did not accept me because I am strong. They accepted me because I have given them my all, by which I mean thou hast given them thine. Thou art the true king of this country. Thou lackest not the spirit, I assure thee.
In like manner, everyone at the palace beseeched Prince Tamalo to become their king. Prince
Prince Tomorrow, everyone is humbly grateful for everything thou hast done. Our country needeth just such a king as thee. Upon hearing these words, Prince Tomalo felt his courage swell up from within. As king, Tomalo still gave still more of himself to his country, and despite the fact that the lion had retired, he continued to live alongside the king in the palace. Though many countries are ruled by animals these days, in ancient times, all kings were humans. Indeed, the magnificent lion about whom you have just read was the first ever animal to be acknowledged as a king, and the world has never been the same since.
This one is actually a true story, surprisingly. These stories, I believe, are all true stories in some way, shape, or form about the world of Ni no Kuni. If you want to learn more lore, I suggest you give them a read. And they aren't exactly boring stories either. They're all pretty good reads if you like reading books. Did you read the story I gave you? Well, I hope you read it carefully, because I've got a question for you. Ready? Oh, good. Here goes. There are quite a few characters in the story. Can you remember them all? Tell me, who was the third smallest out of the Prince, the Lion King, the Dragon of the East, and the Dragon of the West? It was the... This might be confusing if you read the story, but... You would think it's the Prince. No. It's the Dragon of the... no, it's the Dragon of the West. Now, minor notes, you need to type these exactly correctly. No spelling mistakes can be allowed. Spaces matter. Capitalization does not. Type everything in all caps. Dragon of the West. I will say, I don't like how the keyboard in this game is alphabetical. Correct. Very impressive. Your wizardly comprehension must be almost as good as mine. Oh, I said I'd help you fill your wizard's companion back up, didn't I? Here. Draw Poison is another battle spell. It will automatically cure poison. Thanks, Horace. I suppose it was a bit mean giving you a question like that, but you worked it out eventually. Don't you mean on the first try? And that's what being a wizard is all about. Learning to look carefully at every detail and understand what's going on.
Shut up with the wise old man talk, will you? You're no flipping older than Ollie Boy here.
I'm not? No, I don't suppose I am. At least, I don't seem to be.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's strange. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Something really, really important. Never mind. I can't believe how much this place has changed. I'm going to see if other towns around the world are as different as these days. Are as different these days. I think I'll head somewhere with a bracing sea breeze next. I might not be able to feel the wind on my face, but I can still enjoy the view. See you soon. That's it for Horace. Now, I'd actually like to go into the Wizard's Companion again real quick. Just to browse something. Huh. Wizard's robes. Those seem pretty useful. I'll be honest. Pretty useful. Bonus points if anyone can point out what I was actually trying to show. It's not that obvious on a first playthrough. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My, what a beautiful cape. But it is not quite this season's look for the Mamoony man about town, you know. Want to update your outfit with some of our
Top quality fabrics at prices to suit every purse. Buy now or regret it forever. Neato! Look at that, it's beautiful! A new cape, huh?
Oi, Ollie boy! We're not here on a flipping shopping trip. What do you think we are? Made of money?
Oh, a fairy! And a very stylish little fellow you are, too! I have something here that would suit you down to the ground. Let's see now. Oh yes, perfect!
You reckon? Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't like the business in that.
Mr. Drippy!
Sorry, Ollie boy. I got a bit carried away, ain't it? You've got to hand it to her. The girl can sell.
Roll up, roll up. Fine fabrics to put a smile on your face and a spring in your step. Look, the locket is glowing.
And I reckon I know why. This young lady's got more enthusiasm than a school full of 6-year-olds.
Excuse me, ma'am. I have something to ask you. What is it, young man? Are you interested in some of our fine fabrics? I can offer you an excellent price. No, it's not that. I was wondering if you'd maybe let us borrow a little of your enthusiasm. Oh, don't you just say the funniest things. My enthusiasm and my smile always come for free. Take as much as you'd like. That sure is kind of you, ma'am, but we only need a little. Let's take some enthusiasm for the road. My, what a strange feeling. Now I feel even more ready to sell, sell, sell.
By the way, no other point will have me in the Wizard's Companion for nearly as long as this Horus riddle. I don't plan on reading the other stories on stream. At all. But let's talk to Rashad.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Rashad?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Rashad, sir, I need you to teach me magic. I need you to teach me the most powerful spells there are, so I can defeat Shadar.
Defeat Shadar? You?
Yes, sir.
Your journey has been wasted. I no longer practice the magic arts.
Huh? But why not? I thought you were one of the 4 great sages who knows everything there is to know about magic.
It matters not what I was. I use magic no more.
Is she... What do you want? Who are you? Jeepers.
The poor thing's broken-hearted, looks like. Shadar stole a piece of her heart. It was my fault. I defied him, and to punish me, he did this. That is why I fight no longer. I cannot risk my child's life. I will not. We must accept our fate and live out our days in peace.
Mr. Rashad, sir, you're wrong. She wouldn't want this. She's not in pain because a piece of her heart was stolen. It's because you gave up fighting. Because you gave up on everything. That's why she's in pain.
You are sure of this?
Yes, I am.
I see now that you would say anything to enlist my aid.
Huh?
Begone! Leave us in peace.
You're making a mistake. I wasn't trying to...
Well, he wasn't wrong. It looks like Shadar's stolen a part of the poor dab's heart.
Then we have to help her. We have to make her heart whole again.
Nah, looks like, I said. This is different.
Huh?
Her heart's not just broken, it's closed.
Closed? What does that mean?
It's like this, see? She's not just had a part of her heart stolen, she's closed it up tight too, to keep the rest safe like. So, before we can think about replacing what's missing, we'll have to open it back up again, innit?
And how do we do that?
We go to your world. If we find whoever she's connected to by there, we can work out what's going on with her by here. So, we head over your way and find her soulmate.
Alright, let's do it.
Righto, back to your world it is.
That's all fine and dandy, but there is something I'd like to show you in the Wizard's Companion. Let's hope I can find the page quickly, because I do not know where it is.
Like, I'll be perfectly honest, I do not know where it is. Okay, let's see. Casting spells. Virtue. Broken hearted. I'm looking for a specific thing. Actually, hold up. It might be in creatures and familiars. See, familiar signs. What is a familiar? Familiars and other creatures. That's for later. For later. No, that's the 12 Tales of Wonder. Actually, hold up. Let me just look at the table of contents. What the heck am I doing? Teachings for Aspiring Wizards 5. Quartermaster's Store. There's Alchemy. Blah, 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 blah. Creatures and Familiars. What is a familiar? Some needs for food. There's the 12 Tales of Wonder, Regions of the World. Okay, I can't find it. How many more ways can I say this? Be prepared. Like, how many more ways can I say this? Boss incoming, be prepared. I would see, here's the thing. If you're new to the game, I'd recommend being level 12 with Oliver before going to Motorville. We are coming across the first difficulty spike of Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. This is a boss that gives a lot of people trouble. Also, I swear the Wizard's Companion had what I was looking for. I swear I read it before. I'm going to restore my MP. Yeah, I won't be reading The Cat's Cradle because they never really have better dialogue. They don't have new stuff, really. So where to start at the search, eh? You remember how this works, ain't it, Ollie boy? It's all about spotting the similarities. Somewhere around by here is someone who's similar to young Esther in some way. Now, what girls do you know? Girls? I don't really talk to girls. I mainly talk to Phil.
Crikey. Well, that's no good, is it? How are we going to do this, then?
I'm sure there's somebody she reminds me of.
Can't quite put your finger on it, is it? Never mind. If brain work won't work, leg work will. Let's go for a stroll around town and see if we can spot Esther's soulmate that way, shall we?
Okay, Mr. Drippy. Let's go find that girl. We need to find a girl that looks like Rashad's daughter. daughter. Yeah, I do already know where to go for this. Just go to Phil's garage. Hey, I just thought.
What's up, man? You having a nice time thinking about girls, is it?
Huh, no, when I used to come here to Phil's garage, there was a girl. She was always looking at us from her window.
From a window, eh? Sounds like a proper shrinking violet.
I guess so. That's the window up there. What? Well, she looks familiar. Oh, that's her, Mr. Drippy.
Flippin' heck, Ollie boy! Why didn't you think of her straight away? She's the spitting image of our man!
Huh? Of who?
Who do you flippin' think, you blockhead? The great sage's daughter, ain't it? The one who's obviously her flippin' soulmate!
It's that obvious? I never noticed. You sure have good eyes, Mr. Drippy. She was only in the window for a second.
Never underestimate the razor-sharp eyes of a fairy, my boy. Spot a speck of dust on the head of a pin, I could. Anyway, it's her and no mistake. Let's go barge our way into her bedroom.
Okay. Yay! Breaking and entering! This is legal, right? It's legal, right?
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Huh? It's no good. There's no answer. Is something the matter, dear? There's nobody home, you know. I need to speak to the girl who lives here. Oh, you're a friend of Myrtle's? Oh, you poor dear. You must be awfully worried about her. Huh? Oh my, you haven't heard? Well, just between you and I, things haven't been going so well for Myrtle's family lately. How come? Her father works every hour of every single day. Nothing but work, work, work. He's never at home anymore. Such a shame. Rusty was always such a devoted father. But something has happened to him. He's changed. I hear him shouting at them through the walls. I don't know how poor Betty copes, let alone young Myrtle. Such a shame. Betty is... That's right, dear. She's Rusty's wife, and she's every bit as devoted to him as she always was. Why, only this morning I heard her promising to bring his lunch down to him down at the garage. All the love she pours into those sandwiches. It's enough to break your heart. Why, I'm just swelling up just thinking about it. Such a kind soul. Poor Betty. I have half a mind to tell that Rusty Cartwright just how lucky he is. Cheapers. Oh, just listen to me gossiping on and on. Do ignore me, dears. I'm just a silly old woman. Say hello to Myrtle for me, won't you?
Crikey. Sounds like things are none too rosy in the Cartwright household, eh?
Mr. Drippy, we can't leave her like that. We have to help her. We have to help Myrtle.
That's easier said than done, Ollie boy. She's not coming out for a chat, and we're not getting in unless we go magicking the door open.
You're right. We should use magic to open the door. I'm the only one who knows how. I'm the only one who can go in there and speak to her.
Are you sure you want to be doing this, Mon?
When Mom died, If you hadn't taken me over to your world when I thought I was all alone, if you hadn't helped me, I'd still be alone right now. That's why we have to help Myrtle. If we don't, she'll be left staring out of her window forever. All alone.
That's justification enough for a bit of breaking and entering in my book. Let's get in there.
Okay, Mr. Drippy.
Yep. With a bit of magic.
Huh? It won't open.
That's proper weird. A rubbish little lock like that should have popped undone easy peasy.
What's wrong, Mr. Drippy?
It's this door, man. There's an evil power protecting it. Your spell didn't fail. It was repelled by a malevolent force.
Well, repelled? Jeepers.
Must be the girl, ain't it? She's the soulmate of a sage's daughter, after all.
You think? So, what do we do?
I'll tell you what we don't do. Carry on trying to get in and by the front door. It's not exactly polite just barging into people's houses anyway.
You're right. I guess we'll have to find some other way. You just told us to break in! Make up your mind, Drippy. I really hope I can pull off her voice today. That was... P! Hey, maybe...
What's going on, Ollie boy?
Maybe P knows something.
What the flippin' heck's going on?
Drippy, like, she's right here. Oliver, you have to go in there. It's open.
How the flip? Did you do another spell on it or something?
No, that wasn't me. It was P. Huh? What'd she?
Never mind all that. Let's get in there, shall we? There's a damsel in distress up there, man.
Who are you? My name's Oliver. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. I'm a kid from right here in Motorville. Just like you.
I know. I've seen you.
You have?
I'm sick. I can't leave this room. If I go outside, it hurts. So all I can do is look out at the world from my window.
That's why they call her Stary Mary. Shh! Don't worry, man. No one can hear me by here. I can talk as loud as I want.
Yes, that's why they call me Stary Mary.
Huh?
Crikey, can she hear me?
That's what they call me around here. But you knew that already, huh? I bet you think I'm weird, don't you?
No, I don't.
It's okay. I don't mind. You should go before my father comes home.
Oi, come here a sec. This is proper weird. I've looked as hard as I know how, but she doesn't seem sick at all. She's as fit as a fiddle, in fact.
You mean you can tell?
I'm Lord High Lord of the Fairies, and of course I can tell.
So what is wrong with her?
Well, whatever sickness she had might be gone, but something still got a hold over the poor dab.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. I'm gonna come see you again. Okay, Myrtle?
Huh?
Well, if you can't leave your room, I'll come to you instead. That way we can be friends. How does that sound?
Oliver, you can't.
Huh?
My father won't allow it. You should leave.
But Myrtle...
Don't worry, I'm not crazy. My god. That line gets me every time. Like, that cutscene, it's just like... Hey, I know I just broke into your room, but don't worry, I'm not crazy. Like, I love this game, but I have to admit, it has a few moments. It's just like you said, Mr. Drippy. It's almost like Myrtle and Esther are the same person.
Ain't it though? They can be twins, man. I knew they were soulmates the moment I laid eyes on her. But she ain't broken-hearted. There's something else stopping her from getting better.
It must be her parents. Her family is...
If that old gossip is to be believed, yeah. Sounds like her folks ain't getting on too well. But our family squabble's really the kind of thing we want to go getting mixed in, Ollie boy.
Maybe not, but we have to help Myrtle. Family is important. It's everything.
Well, since you put it like that, go on then. Let's help the poor dab out. Next up, Rusty's shop.
Let's go, Mr. Drippy. I would like to point out, after you beat this game, you can never truly experience it the same again. Just like Xenoblade. Because you're wise to a bunch of plot lines. Fun fact. Back in the intro, when Allie died, this was foreshadowed. You could actually see Myrtle's mother. And Myrtle was looking at Oliver and Philip as they were trying out their new car. And Phil proceeds to call Myrtle a creep. This was foreshadowed. And back when Allie died, Rusty never came to her assistance. It was only Myrtle's mother. I'd just like to share that. And I will be bringing up moments that were foreshadowed as they come up. There are other things that were foreshadowed. Like all the way back at the intro. Alright.
This here must be Rusty's garage. I've got a bad feeling in my lantern about this. You'd best make sure you're good and ready before you go in.
Okay, Mr. Drippy. This is the only time you will get a genuine warning about a boss fight. They're nice this time, but trust me when I say it's a good idea to keep this in mind. It won't happen every time, but when you go to Motorville, expect a boss fight. Let's go forward.
This must be Rusty's garage, eh, Ollie boy? And that must be him over by there.
I guess so, huh? Excuse me, sir. Are you Myrtle's father? I came to ask about her.
Can't you see I'm busy? Beat it, kid! Eh? What's that swirling round him? Nah, can't be.
Honey, I brought your lunch.
Not this again. I'm not hungry.
But honey, if you don't eat, you'll get sick.
I said I'm not hungry!
Okay, honey. Just look after yourself, please. Poor lady. So that was Myrtle's mom, huh?
You two, get out of here before I throw you out!
But sir, we...
Crocky, look at those eyes. Broken as heck his heart is.
He's heartbroken, but he's not from your world, Mr. Drippy. I'd like to pull up Oliver's character arc. If you remember, Oliver never wanted to go to Drippy's world. And so far, he's been pretty disinterested in the going-ons of his world. This is a turning point. I think he realizes now how dire the situation is. Because it's not just people from Drippy's world that are heartbroken.
Let's worry about that later. For now, we know what the problem is. We need to mend Rusty's broken heart, ain't it?
I guess we do. Don't worry, sir. We're going to help you.
Eh? You're kidding me! A flipping nightmare? Now we're for it!
A nightmare? You mean like a bad dream?
Nah, man, much worse. A nightmare's an evil spirit that latches on to the broken-hearted. See that black misty stuff? That's how you know. Knickers! The mist is getting darker. That can only mean one thing, and it ain't good news.
Rusty's nightmare. The void of kindness. Nightmares are different from your average boss. Before starting the fight, I will be going over them. All nightmares are weak to light and practically immune to darkness. Don't even try any status effects. I think there's only one nightmare where status effects are useful. I'll bring it up when we get to it. Also, a minor note that I will be bringing up later. Nightmares will never drop any items. They do not have items. This is the first of many difficulty spikes of the game. I hope you have draw poison. Now, one minor note about nightmares. Actually, I need to attack him to show it off. Forget about getting glimpse. Those are what I'm going to be referring to as anti-glimpse. They don't heal you. They do the exact opposite. Nightmares, oh shoot! Nightmares also tend to litter the battlefield with several stage hazards. Oh my god. I'm using Oliver's miracle move.
Burning heart!
Anyway, Mega Eevee, my day's going pretty good. Now, what I was searching for in the Wizard's Companion, I swear to you, I remember there being some kind of page in the Wizard's Companion that describes nightmares. I just don't know what the page is. Oh, one other thing. Nightmares are completely immune to all blowdown effects. It doesn't matter how big they are. No, a blowdown effect will never work. So you can kind of forget about using that tactic to cancel skills. Okay, gonna pull out thumb. Actually, no, no. Nightmares are. Okay, so all nightmares are kind of dangerous. I'm gonna be honest. You do not want to bring a familiar that has Psych Up. Oh, I didn't go over it. These things will poison you when you step on them. Oh, no. Oh my god, I thought the poison was about to knock me out of guard. If Hard Heart it is allowed to genuinely land, you will get blinded. I think I've already gone over blindness, but here's a refresher. Blindness basically makes all attacks miss except for magic. Because again, magic will never miss. I forgot to equip Healing Tier. Now, my advice to you during boss fights from this point onward, take your time. Some of these boss fights are real HP sponges. Don't worry about cranking out ludicrous amounts of damage. I'm gonna go with Slash Dance. Yeah, Oliver's too far away from it. Slash Dance! Also, I'll be honest, I don't like using familiars that have Psych Up, if I'm being honest. Okay, we might be finishing it off pretty soon. This next... Actually, you know what? Oliver? Finish him! I made that look pretty easy because I know how that fight works. But if you are not prepared for that fight, oh lord. If you are not prepared, that boss can smear you across the wall. It really can. Always be prepared for surprise bosses. Honey!
Betty, stay away from me.
This heart is still broken.
Course it is. We only got rid of the nightmare, man. Mending his heart's a whole nother problem.
Mr. Drippy, these nightmares, just what are they?
Well, they're sort of like beasties, only they're born from broken hearts. And they latch onto them and sort of possess them, see?
And Shadar is behind the nightmares too?
Look at him, Ollie boy. Him and Rashad are like peas from the same pod, ain't it? What Shadar's done is he's got the better of Rashad over in our world by attacking the soulmate over by here in your world.
That's just awful! He's attacking people in my world now?
Looks like it, eh? And if we don't mend his heart, he might get taken over by another nightmare. We need to sort this out, Ollie boy. You saw what he was like before, ain't it? It's pretty obvious that what he's missing is a man-sized helping of kindness.
I've been told I have to be quieter now, by the way. Kindness, gee.
That's right. Anyone overflowing with the milk of human kindness spring to mind, Ollie boy?
A real kind person, huh? Honey, oh honey, are you okay? Talk to me, please.
Well. Sometimes the thing you're looking for plonks itself down right on your doorstep. There's lucky.
I guess so. Excuse me, ma'am. Why, you're Allie's son. Yes, that's right. I have something to ask you. Mrs. Cartwright, could I borrow a little of your kindness? I'm sorry, dear. I don't think I quite... I needed to make I needed to make Mr. Cartwright better. Please, I need it so that I can help him. I really don't have the first idea of what you're talking about. But if it stands even the smallest chance of helping my husband, then sure, I'll do it. Thank you so much, Miss Cartwright. Let's take some kindness. The warm, fuzzy gift of generosity. What did you do? I feel almost warm inside.
Tidy! That means it worked, ain't it? Now give it to Rusty, there's a good lad.
Okay.
Betty, just leave me alone, will you? Come on, man, hurry up. Hand over the kindness before we have another flipping nightmare on our hands.
Okay. Minor notes. When dealing with someone with a nightmare, I will actually... Until now, I have actually been distorting the voice I plan to give Rusty. That was... Yeah, I'm explaining that now. I am trying to distort the voice of those affected by nightmares. As a kind of subtle thing. Because it's more accurate.
What are you doing?
Honey, oh honey.
Betty, what am I doing here? Did you do something with your hair?
Oh, Rusty. You're looking very handsome yourself, honey.
Tony, it worked! Ah, marital bliss, eh? There's lovely.
Excuse me,
Oi, what do you think you're doing? This is no time to be interrupting. Let's leave them to it and go tell Myrtle everything's back to normal with her folks, shall we?
I guess you're right. Let's go. Hold on. I feel like I messed up the voice a little. I'm gonna mute and practice a bit. Also, by the way, I wasn't going for Batman. I was trying to go for... I'll explain later.
Oliver, what is it?
Well,
If my father sees you, he'll...
Myrtle, come with me.
Huh?
You can go outside now. You're not sick anymore.
I can't, Oliver. Just thinking about going out there gives me goosebumps.
Myrtle,
Oh,
go on out and play, Myrtle.
but... Father?
Sweetheart, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened to me. I wasn't there when you were sick, when you needed me, and I was fighting with your mother the whole time. I guess maybe the thing that was keeping you closed up in here, maybe it was me.
Father?
You were scared somewhere deep down that if you went away, even for a little while, your mother and I would lose the one thing keeping us together. That we wouldn't be a family anymore. I'm right, aren't I? That's why you were. Something deep inside you wouldn't let you leave the house.
Father,
It's all right, sweetheart. Your mother and I, it's gonna be okay.
Father!
Please, Myrtle. Please forgive me.
Oh, I do. Daddy, I do.
Are those tears, Bunting?
Huh? No, they're not.
So much for you being honest.
Oliver?
Hmm?
I'm going to try. I'm going to go outside. Will you come with me?
Myrtle. Myrtle!
I did it! Oliver, I did it! I'm outside! I'm outside!
Ah, there's beautiful.
Oliver, thank you so much.
I would... So, let me finish my thought before I go into a whole nother topic after this cutscene. What I was trying to do for Rusty is the same voice as Rashad. Only more distorted. Like Rashad, but he's some kind of villain. Something like that is what I plan to do for anyone we meet that is brokenhearted. I actually already did it with that couple that was lacking enthusiasm. See, I already know what the majority of people are missing. I don't know what everyone's missing, but I know what everyone in the story is missing, so I'll be distorting their voice to match that. Anyway. I'm so happy for you, Myrtle. I couldn't have done it without you, Oliver. I'm going to go outside every day from now on. I'll go to school again. Apparently that was too loud. Alright, so you guys can still hear me. I'm gonna be turning the mic up, but I will be kind of whispering. Is this okay for everyone? Can everyone still hear me? Do I need to turn it up any further, or is it too loud? Alright. I couldn't have done it without you, Oliver. I'm going to go outside every day from now on. I'll go to school again, and meet new people, and buy new clothes. It's so strange. I was so scared to come outside, but now I feel brave. I feel like I could do anything. Listen to her, man. All of a sudden, she's got more courage than you could shake a stick at. I can feel it from all the way over by here. She does, huh? Mr. Drippy, there's someone in Mamoon who could really use some of that courage. Nice thinking, Ollie boy. A drop of Myrtle's newfound bravery is just what we need to kickstart young Esther's recovery. Is something the matter, Oliver? Myrtle, I know a girl who's just like you. She's going through something terrible. Huh? You're so brave. I wanted to know if you'd let me give some of your courage to this girl. To help her, and to help her family. Of course, but how would we do that? We use magic, and I know just the spell. Magic? You're an interesting boy, Oliver. But sure, go ahead. Alright, close your eyes. Like this? A lot of people I've met tend to have a problem with this. Saying what Myrtle did isn't courageous. I'm disagreeing with this. And I will explain why. Courage... A lot of people seem to think courage is fighting scary monsters. Just fighting. That's what people think courage is, but that's not what it is. Courage is simply put facing your fears. Myrtle feared the outside. That is why she has courage. Just want to clear that up. A lot of people I met seem to think this is dumb. You shouldn't get courage. But no. This is, in fact, courage. Yeah. Courage. The stout and sturdy force of fearlessness. It is so much harder to do voices while I'm whispering. Actually, hold up. I have Bluetooth headphones now, so I'm just going to... It feels warm. My heart, it feels warm. That means the magic worked. Thank you so much, Myrtle. Now my friend can finally start to get better. I'm glad. Righto, Ollie boy. We've got some courage to deliver, ain't it? Let's get going. Sure. Oh, that drippy voice does not sound good while I'm whispering. Myrtle, I have to go now. wish your friend luck for me, won't you, Oliver? I hope she gets better soon. Thanks, Myrtle. I will. See you soon, Oliver. Alright. Let's cast Gateway. You know, I really wish I could soundproof this room so I wouldn't have to worry about my volume. I really do. Alright. Alright. Hold up.
Alright, man.
That's too deep. Yes, it is expensive. But honestly, it would be worth it in the long run, so then I could actually make good voices. Now, you don't have to talk to Rashad. I'm just going to say that right now. If you want to save time, just talk to Esther. But...
You again? How many times must I tell you I am not?
Mr. Rashad, sir, we brought it. We brought the piece of heart that your daughter is missing.
You brought... what? What? Are you deaf or something? He said we could fix your daughter. Truly?
Sure. I almost said that in Rashad's voice. Alright. Sure, Mr. Rashad. Just leave it to me.
But... I do not know why, but I have the strangest feeling you are telling the truth. Course he is. Look at that face, man. Butter wouldn't melt. Very well. Then I beg of you, bring her back to me. Heal her heart.
Yes, sir. Here she is. Oliver? Huh?
Tiny! It's just like I thought. We've opened her heart back up again. You can mend it for her now.
Don't worry, this will only take a moment. I'm going to give you Myrtle's courage, okay?
Yep, her heart's wide open. Just fire in that courage and Bob's your uncle.
The stout and sturdy force of fearlessness. Courage.
What is this?
Where am I? What happened?
It was Shadar. He stole a piece of your heart.
My heart?
Is it you, Esther? Is it really you? Oh, my dear daughter.
Father!
Oh, forgive me, my child. You were robbed of your courage. But I have only myself to blame for the loss of my own. Oliver, it is you who taught me this. You have my thanks.
You're welcome, Mr. Rashad.
I will join you in the fight against Shudar. The day will soon come when the clarion rings out across the land once more.
The Clarion?
Oh, it's an old story from way back, that is. Back when the world was at peace, like.
The three kings of our world combined their skills and knowledge to create a flute that symbolized the great peace. The sound of this flute came to represent the unity of the nations of the world. How long is it now since the call of the clarion was heard?
Not since the three kings got into a right old potch and fell out, I heard.
up to us. The clarion will ring out again, and we will be the ones to play it.
Very well, daughter. Let us do our best. Let us help Oliver in his fight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rashad, sir.
Let me come with you, Oliver. I want to help you fight Shadar. I have a familiar to help me, just like you. Here, boy. Wow, you can fight with familiars too, Esther?
Indeed she can. Esther's talent lies in the training and handling of familiars. So she's more of a familiar keeper than a wizard, is it? Fair enough. Useful folks to have around they are.
This is my Drongo. His name is Go-Go. Say hello, Go-Go. Esther and her familiar have joined your party. I will go over this in more detail in a moment. You know, when we actually get the tutorial about this and we can actually get into a battle.
Now that that's settled, let's get down to business. You remember what young Oliver came here for, ain't it, Rashad?
Mr. Drippy.
I do. You wish to learn the arts of the sages, do you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you will need these spells.
Puppet string. On specific symbols, this spell will allow you to control an object like a puppet. Think telekinesis. Secret ingredient! I'll go over this later. Magic lamp. This spell's usefulness is kind of meh. What this does is that it creates a light that floats around Oliver and allows you to see in the dark. It's really only useful in one area, if I'm honest. But, like, I would suggest you keep this in your mind for when that time comes up. Pulse. Oh boy. Pulse is the best spell Oliver's going to get for a long time. Pulse. Contrary to popular belief from what I've heard, a lot of people say it's non-elemental magic damage. That's wrong. So, Pulse. It does use Oliver's magic stat. What it does, for 9 MP, Oliver will unleash a physical magic attack. Think of it like a physical attack that uses your magic attack with blowdown. Pulse is one of the best spells, in my opinion. By the end game, it's a very cheap spell. And on top of all that, it's a free cancel. Cast time is short. It always inflicts blowdown on normal monsters. It's amazing. This spell is amazing. It may seem a little pricey right now, but just give it time. This spell will be worth it. Thank you, Mr. Rashad, sir.
I am satisfied you do not lack the determination required. You came here from another world to face Shadar, after all.
You knew about me being from another world, I mean? Hold on, someone just DM'd me on Discord. No, I did not mean to open Final Fantasy. I meant to open Discord. Hold on, this should only take a moment. Actually, Mega Eevee, I guess the command melody would be a better description, but not everyone has played Wind Waker either, so like, I think my description is better for new players.
It was your actions that revealed your origins to me. You healed Esther when I could not, which told me that you must have helped her soulmates in the other world. And only one who called that world home could have done such a thing.
Wow, so Oliver's from one of the other worlds you told me about, Father? And he was the one who saved me. Yes, it's strange. It feels like I've met you in a dream or something.
Oliver, it seems there are things that only one such as you can do. You may be able to help our world. You shall have my aid.
Thank you, sir. I won't let you down. I will beat Shadar.
Perhaps, but you will need much training first. Without complete command of the magical arts, you cannot hope to defeat him. The 4 great sages could not overcome the Dark Djinn. For a mere boy to do so will require more than enthusiasm alone. What are you thinking? He's gonna need... What are you thinking? He's gonna need to cram a shed load of experience under his belt in a heck of a short time, ain't he? Indeed he is. The kind of experience offered by the trial of the sages. Oliver, you must undertake them.
Trials? Where do I take these trials?
In the north of the desert, at the Temple of Trials.
The Temple of Trials? You mean...
I do. The home of the Supreme Sage, Master of Familiars. You, too, have much to learn, Esther. Only those with the Supreme Sage's blessing are permitted to open the doors of the temple. I will accompany you.
Thank you, Father. You'll be great at the trials, Oliver. I know you will. Thanks, Esther, and thank you, Mr. Rashad, sir. Rashad is now traveling with you. This is different from a normal party member. Rashad will not help out in battles, and he will not help you out in any meaningful way. He's just going to be running alongside you on the world map. Starting now, you can now obtain courage and kindness from people. But that's for later. Before undertaking any side quests, which will be the rest of this stream, depending on how fast I get them done, I think we should go over our new party member. And I see no better place to do that than in battle. So on the world map, anyone in your party will be traveling alongside you, specifically humans. This is the first time I've been out of Mamoon in ages, Oliver. Haha, and you sure do look happy about it.
Esther, the purpose of this journey is to take the trials.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's gonna be a bit before we go to the trials.
You're not wrong, man. This ain't a flippin' day trip, you know. Get moving!
Alright. Lead the way.
That's the spirit. Now then, let's... Hang on a minute. Did that senpai there just move? It flipping did, man. It's a monster, ain't it? Right then, Ollie boy. Since you're going to be fighting with Esther from now on, I'd better teach you some new moves, ain't it? Ready, you two?
Yes. Starting now, at the start of every battle, I'm going to be skipping over Drippy's tutorial. At the start of every battle, you can press you can press L, R, L1, or R1, again, depending on your version. to change who you're playing as. Let's just start off with Esther. Now, whoever's in charge is the leader. Have no fear. This is not a game where if the leader dies, it's game over. This is not a game where whenever Oliver goes down, it's an instant game over. Actually, no, Mega Eevee. ZL or ZR won't do that. ZL or ZR will instead switch between your familiars, not your characters. Anyway, the leader, there's no consequence if they die. In fact, back in the first battle, I straight up recommended you use ZL or ZR to swap between commands. Also, starting now, we now have the tactics bubble. We now have the tactics bubble. Oliver is already doing something I don't like. Okay, I'll be real. The AI sucks in this game. For tactics, on Oliver, I'm going to highly suggest putting him on don't use abilities if you're not in direct control of him. You can also change who everyone targets. I'm going to have them attack the leader's target, meaning enemies are going to die very quickly. Esther, she'll be on Keep Us Healthy. And speaking of Esther, wasn't I going to go over her? Indeed I was. Screw off, Smitey. Esther is much different from Oliver. First off, Esther doesn't have spells. She has songs. Esther is a healer by trade. So you might think it would be a good idea to... yes, Mega Eevee, kind of. But not really, because it's every character. I'll explain it in a moment. So, Esther has songs. These are healing abilities. Esther prioritizes healing and status support. Unlike all... But here's the thing. Having magic, that's where the similarities end. For her normal attack, Esther has an AoE. And if you'll believe it, it's even weaker than Oliver's. Yeah, so, like, you never want to be attacking with Esther. It can make it easier to cancel attacks and get counters, because you're hitting multiple enemies. But, like, don't ever attack with Esther. Ever. It's even worse than Oliver. Going over her familiar! Go-Go! No matter what you do, this will always be its name. Go-Go is a Storm Mage. A perfect complement to Esther. Now, like any typical mage, its attack doesn't mean anything. I was stalling for too long. Oh. Okay, I'm not allowed to run in this battle. I was just showing off stuff. I don't have any Phoenix Downs. I have no way of reviving Oliver right now. Okay. This is really bad. Like, really bad. Oh, no. Am I about to lose? Am I about to lose in a freaking tutorial? Oh my god. Okay, I guess increment the death count. What? I lost in a tutorial. Okay. Yeah, and they're gonna make me do it again. Okay. I like how I'm only dying through stupid and idiotic means. Okay, so... Yeah. So, little tip I'm going to have. It's tempting to switch between characters. If you're a new player... Okay, thankfully the tactics stay the same. Just use Oliver. Oliver is by far the easiest character to use. He is the most powerful character out of anyone. And I'll explain why the AI is bad. Oliver's AI... Okay, so everyone's AI will just constantly spam their abilities. Esther's using Chirpy Tune, but that's fair. Yeah, notice how much more formidable I am as Oliver. So green bunches, I think, is also weak to water. I might be wrong about that. Yeah, so notice how Esther is not using her familiar. Remember when I said never attack with Esther? Actually, you know what? No. We have a better option. Pulse. Boom! That's satisfying. First off, the AI will go into human... will switch to the human and then proceed to attack. Yeah. Okay, so Esther, I will explain this in a moment. Yeah, and she's also explaining something that a lot of people don't seem to realize. One other detail, so on Esther, let's be honest, if you're, like, whoever you're playing as, you're not going to use the attack. So if you have what I have and have some fangs on them, just take it off. Honestly, I would rather Esther deal at least decent damage. The AI is dumb. Anyway, what that tutorial was going over, you can switch familiars. Now, when you switch familiars, let's take a look at that favorite genus. Time to go over what that does. Oliver's favorite genuses are dragons, bugs, and soldiers. Esther's are plants, fish, and birds. You can tell by the symbol. The lemur is a beast, Seed Sprite is a fairy, and Mite is a soldier. Let's take a look at Smitey's stats real quick. Now, let's switch him over to Esther. His stats are lower. I know it doesn't look like his stats were lowered by much, but it's a percentage. I believe, now I don't know the exact percentage, but when a character is using one of their favorite genuses, that familiar will gain, I believe, a 2% stat bonus. I could be wrong about that. If there is someone more knowledgeable than me, I would love to be corrected. So, with that being said, I have some advice. On the AI, here's the thing. Let's be honest, they're gonna be dumb. And no matter what you do, unless you straight up tell them never use abilities, which then they'll be more of a detriment in battle than an aid. See, the reason why I highly suggest having Oliver on don't use abilities, Oliver's MP is by far the most important MP in the game. You use Oliver's MP to solve puzzles, you use Oliver's MP to heal outside of battle, and you use it to attack. Because of this, the last thing you want in a fight is Oliver blowing all of his MP on abilities that ultimately don't matter. Oliver will spam Cut Loose and not use it sparingly until he is out of MP. Then he will simply keep attacking. And when Oliver is on the AI, I have legitimately seen Oliver try to smack enemies with his wand. So with that in mind, to make the AI less terrible, I'm going to suggest one thing. Give the AI a familiar where the only strategy is spam attack. Now, going into Esther as a whole, by comparing their stats, we can see Esther has more defense than Oliver, along with evasion and accuracy. And Esther is 2 levels behind. Oliver is a glass cannon. We've been over this. He won't take nearly as much damage against magical attacks, but Oliver will get creamed against physical foes. Esther is a healer that has the defenses to survive. Now, her attack is worse than Oliver's, in case that wasn't clear. And her magic attack won't need to reach nearly the same level as Oliver's. But she's an asset because of healing. Unlike Healing Touch, Chirpy Tune has more healing power than Healing Touch. Healing Touch is nice, but I'm going to be honest. It will eventually get to the point where you're having to use Healing Touch 5 times to fully heal someone. And in the end game, once it has taken 6 or 7 times. Esther doesn't have this problem. Her healing skills have a lot more healing power than Healing Touch. And for a miracle move, Esther has Crescendo. Starting now, we will be getting familiars that have miracle moves that seem like a waste. I'm here to tell you, they're not. Crescendo, what it does, I believe for 45 seconds, the entire party will have all of their stats boosted by 20%. That is a damn powerful effect. It really is. Now, for a weapon, Esther uses harps. Let's get this out of the way. Oliver is the only person who will get weapons as you progress the story. Esther gets them by another means. But I'm just going to say this right now. I said Esper. Esther's weapon, you shouldn't change it. Like, if you're further along than me, I'm just going to say this right now. Esther's weapon should never be changed. Yes, other weapons might give you better stats, but Esther's going to get a new weapon soon, and it has a side effect that would be very good. Also, yes, Esther has 1-star attack speed. She is slower than Oliver. Now, I have seen people genuinely use Esther good. When she is doing her job, she is a very good party member. She has very good skills, very good stats. The familiars she can use have very good synergy with her abilities. Now, going over Go-Go and more. Go-Go is a bit of a mix between a magic attacker and a healer. A perfect pick for Esther. Abilities he'll learn later. See Sense, Splish Splash. Splish Splash is the good skill. Now then, before progressing the story, I'm going to recommend this. Whatever you've named your might, you should try to level them up as much as possible. Yes, that is what Go-Go is, a battle mage. Go-Go specializes in storm magic. The first time we're encountering it. Now, unlike dark, light, fire, and water, storm magic doesn't have an opposite. Naturally, if something is fire, it'll be weak to water. If something is water, it'll naturally be weak to fire. And same for light and dark. Storm stands on its own. Now I'm gonna say this. Having a familiar that can casually use single target storm magic is a lot better than you would think. I'll be blunt. Oliver does not only learns one storm spell throughout the entire game. And it's an AoE. And an expensive AoE at that. So, having a familiar that can use storm magic is actually pretty good. Storm magic is highly effective against machines. Now, going over Go-Go's stats. Go-Go has better magic than Esther. Honestly, the only thing Go-Go sucks at is accuracy and evasion, which, if I'm being honest, why would you be attacking with a magic attacker? Oh, one other trick. The AI is predictable. And here's why. The AI will always send out the first familiar they have. So, for example, Oliver will always send out Smitey. Esther will always send out Go-Go. What if we do this? Now Esther will always send out the Lemur. Specifically Thumbo. And you would actually want your AI companions doing this over anything else. Trust me, it's better to have a simple familiar that just kind of attacks over and over again than anything complicated. Now Go-Go, much like the Seed Sprite, uses similar equipment. Spears, clothes, and the Seed Sprite uses badges. Our Drongo uses scales. Alright, now that the tutorial's done, I don't plan on there being any more story progress. I'm just going to say that right now. The rest of the stream is going to be side quests. So, let's finally go to the Quartermaster's store. There's actually good stuff there. Now is when I would recommend maybe buying something for your human companions. Adamant badge. This is a badge I don't see being used nearly as much. If you have more... Okay, so if you have at least 50% of your health left, this badge stops any and all one-shots. Period. I will highly recommend this badge on any human companions you might have. Now, I'm gonna be honest, equipment sucks in this game. Okay, so there's different types of equipment as well. It's up to you if you want to focus on physical defense or magic. Now, I'm gonna be honest. The dangerous stuff that you'll need to watch out for are magic attacks. Magic defense should always come before physical. Yeah, it's nice to not be comboed, but I'm just gonna say this right now. The stuff that will kill you are all magic. Armor. We don't have any familiars that can use this yet. I wonder. Anyway, snakeskin cloak. And starting now, you can get claws. If you're still using Thumbo, I would highly recommend this. As again, Thumbo's thing is attacking fast. The more accuracy Thumbo has, the better. Now then, we have axes here that nobody can use, and mallets. Okay. So, that's all the equipment I'm gonna buy, and I will explain my reasoning. in a moment. Wait a minute. Oh, shoot. The ingredient thing won't appear right now. I know I have some ingredient equipment. So, onwards to side quests. After recruiting Esther, a whole bunch of side quests open up. Now, as a reminder, if you want to know what to grab, go to the errand board. There's all kinds of stuff. Okay. Now, as for merit rewards, what I'm going to recommend coming up, for what you have coming up, not in the immediate future, but pretty soon, you might want to increase your foraging efforts. Jack in the Box, honestly, I never get much use out of this. But Jackpot, this will be extremely useful starting now. Because, here's the thing. Like I said, AIs will use their abilities without restraint. Also, we have Babana Thief. What I mean by without restraint, you can always count on one thing with the AI. They will be out of MP. That's not even a joke. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be reading any green person dialogue anymore unless it's story-based. It's useful for world building, but we have a lot on our to-do list now. Now, I'll be doing this towards the end of the stream, but if you want some more story, and quite frankly, a funny conversation, Old Father Oak has been updated. He won't give you any items, but he will give you some conversation. It's a pretty funny conversation, so I think it's good. Alright, we got some kindness. So yeah, before going to the Temple of Trials, I am going to highly recommend that you get all the tricks for your might that you want. I won't say why because spoilers, but just know you're going to lose access to them if you don't get them soon. Now, you can probably survive without Ray of Light, but Pebble Pulse, that could be really useful. Pebble Pulse is a low damage, ranged attack. It's honestly pretty useful, I find. Of course, I won't be using it on Smitey, but it can be pretty useful. Ray of Light, though, if you can manage it, is the real prize. I won't be getting it because I'll be trying not to overlevel. Anyway, this lady wants us to take out 10 boneheads. The only reason why I'm not reading it is because... Actually, you know what? Starting now, I'm going to be going through it slowly. So that way, when I'm editing this as a video, I can just add my own voice acting. You know, whenever I can actually be loud. That's probably the best way to go about this. If I'm confident enough to be able to do the voices while whispering, I'll do it, but until then, nope. Anyway, I'll be quiet now, so future Skena can properly voice act. I can voice Drippy.
Crikey. Either he's had his heart broken and every ounce of kindness squeezed out of it, or he needs putting over someone's knee.
You think he's broken-hearted? But he seems so lively.
Well, it depends on which bit of the heart's been stolen, ain't it? Changes your personality in all different ways, it does. Anyway, what are we going to do about it? More importantly, are we going to help the other lad get his book back?
An overdue loan. We sure are. I'd hate for them not to be friends anymore.
Righto. Then we need to find ourselves a drop of good old-fashioned kindness, ain't it?
Well, we already have some. I take more of his heart and heartbreak him even further. That's what that misclick basically meant. My god. Two cups of strong coffee. That is really good right now. Strong coffee is better iced coffee. It restores 30 MP. So who wants to see how much it costs? Place your bets in the chat. I'm going to the item store now. Iced coffee costed 200 guilders for 10 MP. How much do you think strong coffee costs? Place your bets now. I'm waiting for stream delay. Oh, never mind. They don't sell iced coffee. My bad. Oh yeah, you can also buy treats if you really need to. They are pretty cheap. Actually, you know what? Give me those flans. Phoenix Feathers. Anyone who's played a Final Fantasy game should be familiar with this. It basically revives people. There is actually a need to buy them now. And this is kind of why I didn't go in the item store till now. It would spoil that we were getting a new party member. No, Mega Eevee. Ignore the fact that it wasn't there because I know how much it costs. It costs, say, 800. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Magic items are expensive. Now, we are decently close to getting the fix for that, though. I will say. Just keep collecting your ingredients. Particularly spring water. The more spring water you have, the better. You might have to go back to Ding Dong Dell to grind some later, but honestly, that's not that much of a trip.
Curses. I lack the necessary ingredients. What to do, what to do.
Yes. You think that's bad? The next tier of healing item for MP that restores 100, it costs like 4,000. Then the one after that costs 8,000. Is everything okay?
The recipe for the most legendary Mamoon dishes has come into my possession, but I do not have the ingredients it requires.
What kind of dish is it? It is known as the Tikka Mahala. This? Okay, if you're not the side questing type, understandable, but at least do this quest. I'm just going to say, okay, so the reason why items are this expensive is because of the later mechanic we'll be unlocking. The at least do this quest if you're not a fan of side quests. The reward, don't trust what the quest page says. You get a much better reward for this.
According to the recipe, it is a complex and refined curry made with the tenderest. I did not press a button. Crikey, that sounds like a proper tasty gobful. My mouth's watering just thinking about it. Would you like to try it? If you gather the ingredients for me, you will have the honor of being the first to taste the tikka mahala since ancient times.
Why not?
Thank you. You are a most excellent and helpful young fellow. Now, to create this masterpiece, I will need some fluffy rice, some tender beef, and a pinch of the Sheikah's special spices.
The Sheikah's special spices? Where do we get those?
I'm afraid I do not know for certain.
Yeah, okay, so... it'll be pretty easy to find if you're paying attention to quest markers. Okay, I'm just gonna say, fluffy rice and tender beef, that's not the hard part. Straight up, that is not the hard part of this. Because, here's the thing. You can just buy both of those in the shop. In fact, I'm going to buy some fluffy rice in preparation. So I don't forget to later. It's the spices that are the problem with this quest. And the reason why so many people don't do it, even though the reward is so great. Alright, I'm not going to give this guy a voice. Okay, he's lost his enthusiasm. It's the Sheikah of spices. Because I don't know what voice to give this guy that is distorted, if I'm honest. I'll voice him after I restore the enthusiasm.
By the beards of the ancients! What is this strange sensation? I feel alive. And I wish to mix spices with more urgency than ever before in my long life.
Okay, I need to be louder. Testing. Okay, that didn't change much. Neato! We did it, Mr. Drippy.
That's some tidy work, Ollie boy. I do not understand. Is this thanks to you? Then I am in your debt. I must reward you. Here, please accept this.
I think I have a compromise.
And if you have any spice-related requests, I would be most honored to hear them. I only wish to work my mixing magics.
As a matter of fact, we do. Could you mix us some of your special spices?
My special spices? Where did you hear talk of such things? Keep your hair on. Matey who runs that curry stall asked us, ain't it? He needs ingredients for his tikka mahala. Very well, if that is all you require them for, I will be glad to oblige you. But I do not have all of the ingredients required. You must bring me those I am lacking.
Sure. What do you need, Mr. Sheikah?
For such a potent mixture, I will require a turmeric root and 3 generous pinches of spicy seeds.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for agreeing to help us.
Think nothing of it, boy. It is my pleasure. Return to me when you have the ingredients I require.
Alright. He's right next to Swift Solutions. I'm just going to say this right. If you talk to him again, he'll give you a hint. Starting now, there's a bounty hunt open. A precious root. You need to do this for this quest. But that's not what trips people up. It's the spices. To my knowledge, he doesn't tell you where to get them. But that's what I'm here for. I suffered through this game's very bad aspect of just not telling you where to find stuff. Can I bring myself? Yeah. I don't think I'll be voicing nameless NPCs from now on. Anyway, he's lacking some courage. Unless I think the conversation is genuinely interesting, I don't think I'll be voicing it. Because I won't have fun voice acting unless I can actually voice an interesting conversation. Anyway, he was missing some courage. And we got carrot cake. Oh wait, one thing I forgot to go over about Go-Go is he can really go. Okay, joke's over. Go-Go is a Drongo. I didn't go over his favorite snacks, did I? Or just what I recommend feeding him. Where is it? Here it is. He is of the Aves genus. Most Aves use their wings to take to the skies and pounce on unsuspecting victims from above, often using their sharp beaks as weapons. Aves will eat almost anything they can peck at, but have been observed to have a particular fondness for all kinds of ice cream. Go-Go will do his best work when fed cake. Too bad I'm not gonna feed him cake. I'm sorry, Shulk is the better attacker. He really is. And it's like, it's a match made in heaven, because Shulk actually likes cake. Oh wait, I did not mean to do that. That's all the cake I had. So, eat your flans. They're good for you. Eat them. We'll get better flans later, but like, this is our only option. Please raise defense. Thank you. Okay, so then I have pie. So, Go-Go? Oh, right. I forgot to say this. Go-Go has the evade command. If a familiar has the evade command, I'm just gonna say this right now, their defense is not worth raising. It's not. The reason? They're not gonna be using it. Familiars with the evade command can just kind of dodge any of the big attacks. And usually they have enough natural defenses to get through anything else. Oh, one other note on why the AI is so terrible. The AI will never use evade, or defend, or psych up. Ever. Now, I don't know about the psych up thing, but they definitely never use defend or evade on their own. But let me save you some headache. It is not worth individually switching to them. If you do that, what is likely to happen is after you defend with Oliver, when you switch off of him, surprise, he's no longer defending. He decided to opt to attack. But no, I don't recommend raising defenses on familiars that have the evade command. Because they're not going to be using it a lot of the time. Do I... No. I think I know who I want to use that stuff on, and that is not who I want to use it on. Alright, with all the side quests accepted, I think. Let me check. Oh, I didn't get that quest. So if you're curious about what, hold up, I need to, if you're curious about what Old Father Oak will tell you, there's actually a side quest that is a very good opportunity to do exactly that. And it's the one we're about to accept. I think I know why I've been struggling to do female voices. I've started to get trained to be quiet, so my voice can't reach the same level it could before. Oh, it is a tragedy. How will my poor darling dear ever survive? Is something the matter, ma'am? My soul, my one, my only dearest husband, has traveled to Golden Grove in search of delicious mushrooms. But he has forgotten to take his lunch.
Knickers, that's disastrous.
Yeah, I guess it is kinda bad, huh? He must be real hungry by now. He must, oh he must. And the wild beasts of the forest prevent me from delivering it to him myself. Oh, whatever shall I do? Golden Grove, huh? That's the forest we came through. The one with all those giant mushrooms?
That it is, Ollie boy. The fertile forest of fabulous flora and fauna. It's a proper good place to go in search of a bit of grub.
Ah, so you are familiar with the Golden Grove? Then I must make a most urgent request of you. It is a great inconvenience, I am sure, but this is an emergency. Please, you must deliver my dear darling husband's lunch to him. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that for a while. You want us to take it to Golden Grove? Sure, leave it to us. You will aid me in my hour of need, my little hero. Here, this is the lunch I prepared for my beloved, for my best beloved with all the devotion of a faithful wife. You must not be tempted to try it, no matter how delicious it may smell. It is a meal for lovers only. Lover's lunch basket. Alright, that's every quest now. Okay, so, the reason why these quests are going to take up the rest of the stream... let's get those pinches of spicy seeds first. Oh, wait, hold up. Okay, so where you have to go may be a little outside your level range. Just a warning. So, until the enemies are a joke, I would recommend staying at the cat's cradle when you've taken damage or you don't have max MP. Yes, save. I don't want to fight Rusty's Nightmare again. Alright, so, it doesn't matter how fast I clear the side quests. If I finish them earlier than I think I will, I'm gonna end stream. Everything that's about to happen, I think, should be part of its own stream. Those are the boneheads we've heard. Anyway, so, if you stayed at the cat's cradle, like you should, you now have the Summerlands. we can actually see a few interesting areas. Castaway Cove. Ignore it. Once we get to about here, Drippy's gonna say we have no business going there yet, and they'll force you to turn back. Sadly, the exploration's not as free as, say, Xenoblade. Then we have Jabal al-Dukhan, Old Smoky. Then the Temple of Trials is over this way. But we have a bunch of keys. Wait, is that the Golden Grove, or is that an actual secret? Anyway, so if you want those seeds, make your way to the volcano. I have backup now. Okay, so I said the AI companions are bad, but believe it or not, they actually can be good. Nice. Oh my god. Clubber Cubs are kind of annoying, if I'm honest. At least I can kill a bonehead. Oh, not smash hits. Boneheads, as you can see, are resistant to physical. And in fact, oh, see, here's why I don't understand how people can say it's non-elemental when it's clearly physical. Oh, wait. Okay, I wanted to preserve MP, but I guess not. Watch what happens when I use this. Yeah, those are blue numbers. I'm not dealing as much damage as I could. Anyway, as you can see, boneheads are in fact weak to storm magic. I just learned that. I never knew that before. I'm gonna get someone angry at me later because of that statement.
We can do this!
Yeah. Oh. You know, that would have been kind of nice. Oh, wait, I just realized. You know what I never went over? Also, just look at that. We've only been in, like, 3 battles, and Esther is already out of MP. Like, thanks for making my point, Esther, that you're terrible at your job. Anyway, back to what I was trying to go over before I got distracted by that. Go-Go's miracle move is Ice Age. It's basically Smitey's miracle move, but it's of the water element. And here's the thing. If you have the MP items, I'm just gonna say, most of the time, it is not worth restoring your party member's MP. Now, if Oliver's low, absolutely. You need his MP to solve puzzles. But Oliver You absolutely need it. Anyway, starting now, you're going to be fighting only fire people, and they might be a little out of your level range. You'll be fine if you're about level 14 to 15. I'm level 12. Let's do this. Little Bighorn. I won't go over in detail, just know he's resistant to physical. And Boggly Blue is more of a magic attacker. This is where that little trick of having your familiar retreat as an attack goes off is gonna come in handy. Because Shulk is gonna get very easily 1-2'd. Yeah, see, this is when Esther should be casting healing magic. But Esther will heal on the
We won!
Okay. Alright, I've learned a glitch. I've discovered a glitch on stream. I have discovered a new glitch. I've never seen that. Okay, so apparently when someone dies, as the battle ends, apparently they will always, apparently they will just stand there in the ending of the fight. That was actually kind of funny. Small fries. These are very dangerous to Shulk, and I'd like to kill them quickly. But Shulk is also very dangerous to them. Oh, wait, and Pete! I need to stop putting the controller down at the end of battles. Esther's about to level up. Alright. Finally, the reason we're here now. Actually, you know what? No. Oliver, use Pulse on Little Bighorn. Knock him back. Oh my god, that's like nothing. Strong coffee. Oliver is too low on an MP. I have to. Because you basically need magic attacks to take out the Little Bighorn. See, here's the thing. The AI expects you, apparently, to be spamming MP items. Oh my god. Bye, Esther. It was nice knowing you. Thankfully, Smitey is a sun familiar, so he does have more of a resistance to fire. Yeah, like, this is what I mean by the... You might be outclassed here. You are intended to come to this area later. But they have a side quest that requires you to come this way, and yeah. Oh, we got some fluffy rice. Oh, now's probably a good time to bring this up. Oliver learns spells as you progress through the story. You just need to forage here, by the way. Oliver will get new spells as you progress through the story. Esther gets them by leveling up. Also, Esther has exactly 69 health. Nice.
Here we go.
Oh, okay, that's a twin star. That's a twin sun sunshine. He needs to. I was about to cast a water bomb. So yeah, no. Actually, can I show it off? No. Go-Go says I can't show off counterattacks. I haven't done that yet. Not legitimately. It was always by accident. But you can time it. It's honestly better to show than explain it. Oh no, it's erupting. So now you might be thinking, well, where do I go now? Oh, across this bridge? Oh, wait. We don't have the spell to take care of this yet. Either you are going to sit here and wait for the items to respawn, or
Here we
go
go.
do something else and come back.
Here goes.
Nope. Sorry, mate. And you know what? It actually sucks that Esther's AI is so bad, because Go-Go is actually a really good familiar. He's an amazing source of storm damage. But he does his best work on Esther. It's a situation where if you can directly control him, Go-Go is a force of nature. Anyway, there is actually a invisible chest here with a pretty interesting item. Okay. It would be along this thing. Got it. A burning blade. That's a new item. It's actually really good, but I don't recommend it. Yes, that's a lot of attack. Look at that element. Yeah, we're gonna be fighting fire enemies for a while. So, because of that simple fact, I'd recommend you get it, but don't equip it. Now, obviously, equip it when you're going through the Golden Grove to do stuff in Ding Dong Dell. But, like, while you're in the desert, I don't recommend it. It's a good weapon, too. Like after this, there's going to be a lot of enemies that are weak to fire.
Here we go.
Anyway, back to enemies on our level now. I can actually take my time and slowly kill them. I do want to level up a bit before the next boss. Because knowing the next boss, it's not really something I'm prepared for at the moment. Oh, right. I'll take this time to go over a pretty weird quirk with the Frostbite spell and the Pulse spell. This won't normally come up, but when using them, something that you should probably keep in mind, Frostbite and Pulse don't attack in a direction. This is important for specific enemies, because some enemies you'll actually be doing more damage if you attack them from behind as opposed to the front. Frostbite and Pulse, they attack from inside the enemy. If that makes sense. Now, to the game, that they just count that as it's always a frontal attack. Like, I just want to go over that little weird quirk with Frostbite and Pulse. They are also the only single target spells that are like that, too. Fireball isn't like that. The next battle spell we get isn't like that. Pretty much any of the other battle spells we get aren't really like that. Unless it's an AoE. In which case it doesn't count as any direction. It just does neutral damage. Bane Flower. I need to take out Boneheads. It's very likely this will get cut out of the recording.
Watch this!
Unless something stupid happens, like I die.
Here goes!
Of course, now that I've said that, I'm probably going to die. Let's be honest. Oh, so I just realized I didn't fully explain what blowdown is. Yeah, I know I explained a lot. One little thing I forgot to say. Spells that inflict blowdown. A lot of them, with the exception of Pulse, will only inflict blowdown whenever the enemy is charging up something. Like, if you see that skill above them and they're charging, any high impact attack will do blowdown. That does include smash hits. Nice. Come on. Okay, you're targeting Esther. Now, I'm just gonna say this. Aggro doesn't exist in this game. Those of you coming here off of Xenoblade, aggro's not a thing in this game. Pebble Pulse. Enemies target allies completely randomly. There are certain there is some degree of aggro, but like, it's mostly random who the enemy attacks. Sorry for those that wanted to control it.
We did it!
Ah, yes. Having my speed upgrade really does let me outrun enemies. I should eat some bread right now. First, I'm gonna forage. Low cap. Let's take on the lumberwood.
Here we go!
Okay, the lumberwood, I think, is primarily weak to fire. Actually, I probably should have equipped the burning blade. Because, you know, tree. Like, it's a tree. What else is it gonna be weak to? So, 30. Oh my god. Pulse. Pulse is just so much better, and I'm not surprised. Like, it's honestly one of the best spells in the game.
We did it!
And expect Pulse to be a mainstay in your offense. Like, it is so good in in normal encounters. It really is. Anyway, we got a turmeric root from that. Now, I am really hoping... Actually, you know what? Not in this game. I believe he was actually strong against water. I might be wrong about that, though. Now, you might be thinking, I'm much higher leveled, so the enemies will leave me alone, right?
Is it just me, or are the monsters by here looking a bit lively?
Huh? Why? What's going on?
Aha, I know, man. They've sniffed that lunch basket, ain't they? Proper whetted the appetite it has.
Oh, jeepers. I guess we better be real careful. Now, I will be doing some minor grinding off-screen later. It'll make sense after the next stream. Actually, you know what? Screw it. At the end of the stream, I'm doing Temple of Trials. Because we're about to unlock something, and I'd like to grind for that as early as possible.
We're under attack! Here goes!
Now, the enemies here, they say they're stronger, but the only thing that's really changed about them is that they don't have astral signs. That's it. You just won't do increased damage. And you know what? I've been delaying it for long enough. It's time for me to go eat. I will be right back. Like, dinner's been ready for a while, and I just wasn't eating. So I will be back. Just realized I'm going to unpause the menu so you can still listen to music. back. I said it into the muted mic. No, we are not ending. Not thanks for watching. It continues.
The saga continues.
Hold on, let me plug these in. Okay. I'm energized now, and I've learned that apparently my normal voice is just too loud.
We can do this!
I'll be right back.
go! Here goes! You did it! Watch this! Here goes! Neo! We're under attack! Here goes! We won!
I was muted this entire time I was talking. going to Old Father Oak. You don't get an item for it, just a funny conversation after Esther joins. Ugh. Okay, so I was saying I know what to do about the schedule now. I won't be streaming on Christmas, and I will be updating the schedule after stream. Yeah. Basically, from now on, after I finish a project, it's gonna be a while where I'm not really streaming that much. Like, I finished Xenoblade, yeah, but honestly, I don't have recordings of it. That's why I'm going to record a recorded Let's Play. I'm not going to record the old videos because, dear Lord, do you know how much editing I would have to do just to fix everything that was wrong with those? Like, the amount of editing I would have to do would also involve just recording myself doing it correctly. Which, at that point, is there even any point to not just redo it? Anyway. Hello, Old Father Oak.
Ho ho, you have come to visit me again. How nice of you, lad. What a fine lad you are. Well, how have you been getting on? Tell me all about it. Ho ho ho, a new companion, How very exciting.
Uh-huh. Her name is Esther. She's awful clever and...
Oh, I see. She's clever, is she? Not like old Drippy, then. Silly old Drippy. Always getting things wrong, and after all I've done. Ungrateful so-and-so.
No, Mr. Drippy, I didn't mean that. I was just...
Save your breath, man. Written all over your innocent little face it is. You're lucky I'm not a sensitive soul. I'll just have to hope there's someone out there who will appreciate a sidekick as lovable and funny and reliable as little old me. No, no, children. This is no time to let the green-eyed monster get the better of us. Oh, and now I'm a monster, is it? Kick me while I'm down, why don't ya?
No, Mr. Drippy, you've got it all wrong. Gee, I don't know what I'd do without you. Please, you can't leave me. I need you.
Well, since you put it like that, I suppose I could stick around a bit longer, like. Ho ho ho. You are as susceptible to flattery as you are to jealousy, I see, Drippy. How very like you. Ho ho ho. What do you want about Mun? That wasn't flattery, that was the truth, plain and simple. Very well, have it your way. I am just glad to see that you are friends again. Now on your way, and no more bickering.
No items, but like, that was a pretty funny conversation. Also, I think my deaths have probably been the Let's Play curse. Hear me out. For those that don't know, since Let's Plays have kind of died out, the Let's Play curse is when you hit the record button, suddenly you go from playing from playing like a god to playing like it's baby's first game. I legitimately think it might be the Let's Play curse that I died twice. While I'm here, spring water. Now, to be fair, the two times I've died... Well, the first time, that was absolutely a skill issue and a lack of information. I legitimately didn't know that monster could use Tower of Flame. Second time, I was just explaining something, and Oliver got killed, and then... So, I'm just gonna point out, this little trick of switching your familiars around, it does not work prior to getting the tutorial for it. So, because of that, and because I had no Phoenix Feathers, I was stuck with Esther and Go-Go, who are not the best in a fight. Yeah, Esther and Go-Go are good, but Esther is a healer at the end of the day. Her job is not to kill the enemies, that's Oliver's job. Anyway, anytime you need to backtrack to the Deep Dark Wood for Old Father Oak, you don't have to travel through the entirety of the Golden Grove. That would be way too tedious. And that would probably be in a bad RPG. This is a good RPG. Though, I will be blunt, we do get fast travel later. If I'm being honest, I feel like you should have gotten fast travel maybe after you head to Mamoon. Like, after fighting Rusty's Nightmare, I feel like the game should have given you fast travel at that point. It is in the game, but, like, I feel like that's when they should have gotten it. Anyway, for backtracking purposes, quicken growth these mushrooms, and you have a straight path out. Yeah. It's literally as short as you're gonna make it. Yeah, I won't spoil, like, later story events, but, like, you do get a fast travel option later. And I feel like you should have gotten it after talking to Rashad, or even going to the Temple of Trials. Like, anyone who's played a open world game like this before would basically already know what the fast travel is. Like, you just gotta tell them, you can use this to travel to anywhere you've been. That's basically just, oh, so it's fast travel. Got it. That is one thing I think Xenoblade does better than this game. Sorry to compare this game to Xenoblade so much. It's just, I was raised on Xenoblade. And that was my main comparison when playing this game. I think this game can fully stand on its own two legs. If only the sequel truly developed the concepts this game introduced. Oh wait, before I forget. There's treasure over here that I want to grab now. You know, while we're in the area. And I won't have to travel across the entire map for it. Yeah, I know where a few of the hidden treasures are by heart, but the others I will have to look in the Wizard's Companion. In fact, I'll just show it off. Okay, we are headed here. But I've also just been told I need to go do something. So I'll be right back. Again. Okay? I'm hoping that's the last time, but knowing my luck, it's probably not. Okay, let's pick up that item before anything else happens. Actually, no, we're not fighting anything weak to fire. Somewhere, there we go. A spiral horn. If you didn't have one already, there you go. Yeah, some good stuff can be found. And if you wait till later when you can more easily find it,
Here we go.
the stuff you get won't really be good. There we go.
Come on, you guys. Here goes.
Storm is just better against you, Sky.
Nice work.
We're almost ready to turn in all of the quests. Once we do, the final thing we do will be the Temple of Trials.
Watch this. Here goes. We did it. Here we go. Here goes. Easy.
Yes, I did remember unmute. Mega Eevee, are you not watching streams like a good little mod? A joke. That's a joke.
Let's do it.
Actually, I'd like to show off some of the battle quotes that you'd honestly never hear because it's almost never a good idea to do this.
Esther, I'll give it my all. Oliver, Roger, Esther, I'll give it my all. Oliver, Roger, Esther, I'll give it my Oliver, Roger,
You guys have more quotes.
Esther, I'll give it my all. Oliver, I'll do my best. Esther,
There we go.
I'll give it my all. Oliver, here goes nothing.
Yeah. You guys have more battle no. No, okay, I think we've heard all three of Oliver's, but Esther, you have more.
Esther, leave it to me.
There we go.
Oliver, I'll do my best. Esther, it's my turn.
There we go.
Oliver, Roger,
There is legitimately there will never be a good reason for me to do that. The only reason I could possibly think of. Actually, I'm just gonna show it off. Damage absorption is not a thing. Feel free to finish an enemy off with Fireball, even if it's fire. Anyway, yeah, there will never be a legitimately good reason for me to switch to Esther at the start of a battle. I can only think of one reason that could possibly show up. That reason being Go-Go. Specifically, Esther having Go-Go, or just Esther having a familiar that I need to be using. And during that, Oliver should be limiting his ability usage thanks to tactics. Now, speaking of tactics, I'd actually like to go over the different tactics and what each of them means. Do what you like essentially means they have no direction. They'll just do whatever seems like a good idea at the time. And the AI will never think long term. They only think short term. They will not watch their MP in the slightest. So basically, to Esther, it's a good idea to heal Oliver right now, since I'm not at max health. And if MP wasn't a factor, she'd be right. But she won't look at her MP bar and decide if it's even a good idea to waste it to use a healing spell when my health is that high. Give it your all. We'll have the AI focus purely on offense. They will do whatever means they can to maximize their damage and let rip with their most powerful skills. Once again, not paying attention to MP. I recommend putting this on Oliver during boss fights if for some reason you switch off of him. During boss fights, this tactic is actually pretty good on specifically Oliver. Because during boss fights, there is no reason to hold back on the MP. Provide backup. It basically means you're telling them, focus on buffing the party. They're gonna focus on support, but not quite healing. They're gonna focus on buffing your defense, your attack, things like that. This is almost never useful. The buffs Oliver does have are not worth using. Provide backup will also debuff enemies, but again, Oliver doesn't have any good debuffs either. Esther's the only one who could make use of this, and honestly, it's better to keep her on Keep Us Healthy. At least then she'll heal you when she can. Speaking of keep us healthy, it's pretty self-explanatory. It tells the AI, heal me at all costs. Now the AI has a bit of an override. Specifically Esther. Esther is weird. No matter what tactic she's using, if at any point the character you are currently controlling reaches 20% health, Esther's AI will immediately ignore the order you gave her and heal you in whatever way she can. So that's good to know. Don't use abilities, exactly how it sounds. You're telling them never use MP. Don't do anything. You know what? Let's show that off. Esther, don't do anything. I did not save. So now Esther is just going to sit there and do nothing. I don't see much reason why you genuinely want to do this. I really don't. Like, I don't think there is a legitimate reason to have your allies do nothing. Well, maybe later there will be a legitimate reason, but the AI is actually good about one thing in this game. And it's the only thing that I think the do nothing command could have value in.
Nice work.
Funny enough. And I guess if you want to show something off without killing the enemy too quickly, which I guess would be pretty useful for me. But I'm also not high leveled enough to where I'm quick killing enemies. Alright, oh wait, hold up, I need to hit the old Smoky. The Spicy Seed should have respawned. If you want to know how to force a respawn, go into a dungeon or town and then leave. Or you could just wait until they respawn naturally. That's so boring. Actually, you know what?
We did it.
Anyway, alright. I'm not missing anything about AIs, am I? They're terrible. Yeah. They're terrible. They suck at healing. They never keep MP handy. I don't think I'm missing anything. Oh, I'm high leveled enough to have the enemies start running. Good. At least the Clubber Cubs won't bother me anymore. They are the main reason why I'm as leveled up as I am. Let's be honest. They kept attacking me. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, I remember how this quest works. Okay, we can't get the spices yet. But, Rashad, you okay? Has he just been walking in place there? Okay, I remember. We can't get all the seeds until after the Temple of Trials. Which is kind of dumb. I feel like you should be able to get them now. Because I'll be honest, when we can go there, I don't see, like, it's kind of annoying to go back to Mamoon at that point.
Come on, you guys. Here goes.
Even so, I will recommend it because you get... Okay, so, that quest, when you can do it, you will gain a new shop in Mamoon. Anyone playing this game for the first time, and if I've convinced anyone to give this game another chance, well, I hope you enjoy it. I know I did as a kid. But no, you get a new item shop that sells the Tika Mahala. That is a really good HP item. And by the way, I bet you're thinking it's gonna cost like 5,000 guilders, right? Nope. I believe it costs 500. And if I remember correctly, it heals 250 health. That is worth it. At this point in the game, that is a full heal, at least. But no, the Tika Mahala runs for about 500 guilders, and it's a very good healing item, especially at this point in the game. I highly recommend it. Alright, bounty hunts. I'd like to get Jackpot. So, the reason why I recommend Jackpot, basically, it'll help your party members actually have MP. The more glims that there are, the more MP they can have. That's pretty much the root of it. Anyway, we killed the boneheads. Give me that. You get a bone sword for free. There is no reason you should buy it. We got 3 glow caps. Again, don't sell your ingredients yet. There will be a much better use for it later. That's very unfortunate. I am 1 stamp away. Is there any quest I could do? There is that. Actually, it would be more convenient to just do it. Now, if Oliver is healthy enough, don't worry about wasting your guilders at an inn. Yes, so this game is Cheapskate the Simulator. I'm going to highly recommend you take any price discounts you can. If you don't have to buy something, don't. Shit gets expensive. And minor notes, keep in mind, when you're equipping your familiars, we're eventually going to have 6 of these suckers that we have to fully equip. And other minor spoiler, that number's going to go from 6 to 9. Equipment is expensive. So, another little tip I'd give beginners. Be a cheapskate. Don't buy equipment unless you actually have to. Unless you're getting smeared across the wall constantly, there is no reason you should be buying equipment. Now, because I know this game way too well, and I play this game way too much,
Come on!
we have a free full heal coming up.
Here goes!
So, a little tip, if you haven't gone to the Temple of Trials yet, don't immediately go after the bounty. Progress the story just a little bit. And, trust me, you'll know when the full heal happens. Just pay attention. But no, like, seriously, you have to, like, you have to actually manage your money in this game. There are ways of grinding guilders, but they aren't available until much later. Alright. We got a cutscene coming up, so I'm gonna mute. I forgot the first part wasn't voiced.
The Temple of Trials lies on the other side of this gorge. Perhaps this is a good place for a moment's respite. Flippin' heck, man. Am I glad you suggested that. I'm a forest fairy, me. My fairy suit ain't even sandproof.
We're stopping already? But I could go on for ages. Really? Aren't you even a little tired? It's so hot.
You will endure far worse things at the Temple of Trials, Oliver.
Gee, so the trials are pretty tough, huh?
Indeed. That is why you must get some rest. I will keep watch. You will sleep. And stay close to the fire. The desert grows cold at night.
Alright, Mr. Rashad, sir. So... It took every ounce of strength to not burst out laughing when he said, "You will face far greater trials in the Temple of Trials." And I'm like, what? We'll go over it when we go over it. Just know that is not true.
Oliver,
What is it, Esther?
why did you set out on this journey in the first place? Most people wouldn't dream of taking on someone like Shadar.
Well, it's my mom. I have to save her.
Your mother?
Yeah. She died, saving my life. But Mr. Drippy says there's a way to help her here in this world.
So, you've come here to save your mother?
Yeah, I guess.
Wow.
Huh?
Doing all this for the sake of someone you love? I just think that's amazing. I wish I had as good a reason as you for making this journey. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean I wish that...
It's okay.
But... Shadar is incredibly powerful. He breaks the hearts of anyone who defies him. So no one dares to resist. And they say no one can defeat him.
I know that. But I have to.
You have to try, right?
Yeah.
It's so strange. You don't look powerful in the least. But somehow, I just know you can beat him. I wonder why.
Thanks.
Anyway, enough of that. It's late.
Okay.
Little fun fact about that. So Myrtle has a mother. We see her, right? So I have to know, where the hell is Esther's mother? Genuinely, where is Esther's mother? She is never brought up. Nobody ever mentions her. And I think at some points, I believe Rashad in some optional dialogue, like, straight up says something about how I will tell your mother about all the good work you're doing. I could be wrong about that part, but like, you never see her, and she is like this invisible person. One other question. Where's Oliver's father? Like, in the same vein, shouldn't Oliver have a father? Now, you could draw the conclusion that his father passed away, or his father's just not home, but, like, I don't buy that. When Alicia died... Well... Oh, okay, sorry, I'm getting the two mixed up. Yeah, no, the name Allie is only ever brought up in, like, the intro. I don't know if it's a translation error, but anytime they're talking about Oliver's mother, they kind of refer to her as Alicia. Which, to be fair, this is a journey to save Alicia as well. Oh, but, like, still. My bad. Anyway, so, you'd think when Allie died, Oliver's father would come home. But you could argue that he's probably dead, considering how Oliver didn't have a father in the same house in the intro. Anyway, so, little inconsistency with that, and one of the few plot holes in this game. There aren't many, but they do exist. Good morning, Oliver. Did you sleep well? Not really. Guess I'm a little worried about the trials. Oh dear, well, I hope you don't doze off in the middle of them. Though I have to say, I didn't sleep very well myself. I kept thinking about that girl. My other self. It's so strange, she's not like me at all. But it doesn't feel like she's a different person.
Well, soulmates are funny like that, ain't it? Different, but the same. There's profound. Anyway, are we taking the trials or what? Oliver, Esther, the Temple of Trials lies north of you. The tests that await you there are unforgiving, but I have faith in you.
Thank you, sir. Let's go, Oliver. I want to show you how brave I am, just like Myrtle did. The innocent goodness of the heart of the great sage's daughter has unlocked a story in the Wizard's Companion. My other self. Alright, so that fully heals you. It makes sense because, like, you made camp. You rested. But there is a waystone in the Temple of Trials. And it's probably like that just in case there's people like me that immediately run away from the Temple of Trials to go do other things. Now, this guy, I know who he is. He is weak to light.
Let's go!
If I remember correctly.
Here goes!
This is actually a pretty tough bounty. Like, I'm gonna say that right now. Yeah, just look at the damage he's pulling off on my tankiest familiar. Oh, wait, no, I got it wrong. He's weak to Storm. Be gone! Again, Pulse is such a good move. Yeah, look at that. If I'm running long enough, it turns into a situation where it's just, you stun lock him.
We did it!
By the way, this will be important later when Oliver gets spells with longer cast times. But in case you haven't noticed, I've been moving while I was casting. So, I don't know why this is, but Oliver is the only person that can move while casting. No familiar can. Esther can't. Only Oliver can move while charging up a move. To this day, I don't really know why that is. Like, I guess it would make sense if it was the familiars, but it's just Oliver. Anyway. Yeah, it's very useful later on when you have spells with extremely long cast times. And during that, being able to move is a blessing. Because you can get away from enemies that close in on you. But still, it is weird.
The temple, at last. The trials await. Blimey, it's proper impressive, this place, eh? Shrouded in an air of potent mystery it is. Did you expect less from the sacred haven built to train the mighty sages?
Did you train here, Mr. Rashad?
Of course, all who bear the name Sage must pass the trials.
So Alicia would have taken the trials too. Oliver.
To become a sage, the candidate must possess purity of heart, breadth of knowledge, and mastery of both spells and familiars. The temple both tests and tempers all of these qualities.
No, it doesn't. And if we can't pass the trials, there's no way we'll ever be able to beat Shadar, is there?
Precisely. But even the gifts granted you on passing the trials will not be enough. You will need a far greater power to defeat the Dark Djinn.
Well, I guess we'd better just focus on the trials for now. Like Mr. Drippy said, the trip through this world is gonna be a quest for things. Like, is gonna be a scavenger hunt for this thing, then that thing, then that thing. Honestly, the story of this game is mainly just, you're just getting ready to face the Dark Djinn. That's what the story is for a while.
You are ready. It is time to release the seal.
I thought that was a voice cutscene. Alright.
Beyond this door waits the Supreme Sage. It must be opened by your own hands.
Yes, sir. Alright. By the way, this place does in fact count as a dungeon, by the way. Okay, so towns, they are kind of dungeons, but not really. They don't have the same properties, but for some reason, the Temple of Trials counts as a dungeon. It'll make sense when we're there.
We,
So this is the Supreme Sage, is it?
Ahem. Your Honor, we have come to perform the trials.
Not me.
Huh?
Idiots! I'm the Supreme Sage.
Oh.
That's just my stupid servant Umbopa.
What? Huh? Crikey! We got the wrong one! The Temple of Trials, proving ground of the sages. I can't believe it! The Supreme Sage is just a sweet little boy! Sweet! Ah! Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't care! I am sweet and clever and handsome. I'm just so modest. I don't like it when people talk about it. I see. How did you get in here anyway? Oh, only people with my permission are allowed to open the front door.
It has been a long time, Your Honor.
Is that you, Rashad? Blimey! When did you get so old? You're ancient! But you have not changed at all. But I thought that was still Solomon.
But you have not changed at all, I see, Master Solomon.
Did you know my father when he was young? How strange. Eh? Father? You mean your...
Yes, Your Honor. I present my daughter, Esther. Please forgive her rudeness.
I don't care. What I care about is you having a daughter. How did that happen? You were always so shy and... rubbish. Oh well. Congratulations! Anyway, what are you doing here? What do you want?
These children, Master Solomon, Oliver and Esther, I would ask that you allow them to take the trials.
Really? If you're recommending them, you must think they're pretty good. That? Or you've gone bonkers in your old age.
I see great potential in them both, but they lack power.
Beginners, are you? And you want to get stronger? Why? What for?
I need to defeat Shadar.
What? You beat Shadar? You do realize what you're saying, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm going to help him. Oliver helped me, and now I'm going to pay him back. Fine, but the trials are hard. Really hard. I know because I made them.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Ha! It looks like you might be. Alright. Okay, I'll let you do them.
Thank you, Master Solomon. We'll pass all the trials, you'll see. You have my thanks, Your Honor. Then I will take my leave.
You're going already? Boring. You should stay here. What's wrong? Scared to see them fail or something?
He's right, man. After all we've done for you, the least you can do is stick around it and see these through.
I can't talk today.
And see these two through the flipping trials. I cannot. I have duties of my own to attend to. I will not remain a Babana seller forever. I must prepare to walk the path of the sage once more.
That's not the real reason, is it, Father? Why are you so desperate to go home? Don't you see? He wants us to take the trials without any help. We have to prove we can make it on our own. You're right. Okay, Oliver, let's do our best. Good luck with your preparations, Father. Don't sell all the babanas, will you?
Of course not, my child. When you complete the trials, you shall have all the babanas you could wish for. Good luck.
Come on, all this talking is boring. Let's start the trials, shall we? Go and ask stupid old Umbopa about what you have to do. I'll take it from here. The trials are a joke. There is only one part of these trials. There are 3 trials. The trial of friendship and the trial of wit. Let's do the trial of wit first. It is the hardest part of the trials, and you're gonna see why. Make sure you have at least 15 MP before going in here, by the way. Otherwise, you're gonna be in a tough spot. Okay, the test of wits. It's a puzzle. It's a logic puzzle, basically. Well, maybe not a logic puzzle, but it's a puzzle. So, you could just randomly put statues on places. Or, here a hint. The dragon sees the warrior's sword, while the bird is shown his shield. The beast, meanwhile, looks to his right and sees an empty field. This riddle is key to solving the puzzle. So, now, once you've memorized the riddle, do not cancel puppet string. You'll have to cast it again if you do. So, the beast looks to his right and sees an empty field. Then that goes there. The bird is shown his shield. Oh wait, no, the bird is shown the sword, I believe, while the dragon is shown the shield. Oh wait, I got it mixed up. Wait. Okay, I have the MP to spare. There's 3 of these you're gonna have to do. Just don't let your MP drop below 15 and you're good. The dragon, oh wait, no, yeah, it's the dragon on the left, the bird on the right, and the beast by himself. This stumps a lot of people, so the beast goes on the right. Wait. Oh, wait, hold up. Wording is troubling. Okay, so the beast looks to his right and sees an empty field. He's facing Oliver, so he has to go on the left. The bird is shown his shield. Then the dragon is shown the sword. We're not done yet, though. Okay, this one is simple. You won't need a hint. I know I won't. So, what you need to do is, you need to make it look like there is nothing to move. So, like that. There we go. Like that. And we have this. I believe it goes somewhere here. Oh wait, no, I still have this. That one I have in the middle is by far the trickiest one for me. So I like to save it for last, then just kind of fiddle around until I eventually get it. There we go. We have one more to do. Now, talk to the bird first again. You will actually need the hint. The bird is bound to Dragon and Moon, and on a star he sits. So, what that part means is that the bird needs to sit on a star that is connected to the slot Dragon is on and a moon. The beast links warrior, moon, and star, yet knows not where he fits. We need to place the warrior on a slot that is connected to, well, beast needs to be connected to which one the warrior is on, a moon, and a star. And then we have Drippy. So I get it. The bird has to be on top of a star, and the lines have to join it up with a moon and that dragon there, ain't it? Okay, so then the beast links warrior, moon, and star. There we go. That's like the trickiest one. So I've dedicated some time to memorizing it. I really have. Anyway, we passed the trial of wits. And we got the proof of wits. I don't think I'll save yet. Alright, who's ready for the easy part? Why I laughed. The trial of wits is the only part that would be genuinely difficult. The test of friendship! Yeah, this seems like it would be a nightmare. The goal is you control Oliver with the left stick, Esther with the right stick. Both need to press their switch. The platforms will disappear. Here's the thing. You can very easily move one character at a time. Just alternate between the two. It's slower, but this is so much safer than trying to keep your eye on two different characters. Especially since, by the way, you know what? If you fall off, that happens. And by the way, just stepping on the switch doesn't stop you. Like that. So, yeah. This can be difficult for those that can't multitask, but... honestly, but like, this has always been the easiest trial for me. Then for these, we have to press switches so the other can progress. This would be a fun thing to do with a second person, though, I will say. Maybe share the controller with someone. Now, this one, it's a bit tricky to do that tactic from earlier. You don't have a lot of time, but thankfully for this one, it's mostly a straight line. Okay. Commentating and playing well are hard. Yeah, this one, it's mostly a straight line. There's a few discrepancies, as Oliver has to turn here. And now hurry up. There we go. Proof of friendship. You passed the first 2 tests. Not bad. Now we know you're good friends and you're not completely stupid.
And we also know my powers of encouragement and support can work miracles. Tiny.
Hey, you had nothing to do with it. Anyway, Oliver, it's time. The final test. What is it, Master Solomon? Everyone knows that. It's the test of strength, stupid. This is the test of your combat ability. You've guessed what you have to do, haven't you? We're going to have to fight somebody, huh? Oh, aren't you clever, but not just anybody. Oh, you're going to get your heads beaten in. Oh, but I didn't want them smashing the place up, so I prepared a special place for you to fight in. Anyway, you probably need a rest first because you're so small and weak. I'll be waiting here when you're ready. Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna go over the great sage Solomon before we get started with this. Solomon seems like a bratty kid, but I'm going to say this right now, he's not. Solomon is over 1,000 years old. Yep. He's one of those guys. Solomon is the most powerful wizard to ever exist. Period. The only one that could possibly match him is the Wizard King. The Wizard King, that's a whole nother can of worms that I am not willing to crack open right now. But just know, he's even more powerful. There's a reason why you have to pass his trials. Anyway. So, obviously, we know there's a boss fight. Gotta save and heal. I can't really give any advice yet because we don't have much customizability yet. We're ready for the test of strength. So where does the last trial take place, Master Solomon? In my special secret place. Watch this.
Door, up from the floor. Abracadabra.
Amazing! He conjured a door out of thin air. You have to go through it to get to where we do the test of strength. It's a little place called the Solaceum. PTSD has now been triggered. Yeah, that's a topic for another stream. Alright.
Tiny! You ready for the final test, Dolly boy?
We have to pass it. We just have to. I'm ready. Come on, you guys.
This is the final trial.
This looks a bit flippin' serious.
Ah! Jeepers! Oliver, look!
Bashura. Final test of the Temple of Trials. By the way, Bashura is a guardian. They never tell you this. And it confuses me later on. But like, yeah, he's a guardian. So this will be the last thing I do on this stream. Because after this, we'll be unlocking a brand new mechanic that I can actually start working on off stream. Because it is extremely grindy to do stuff with it. Bashura! Yeah, I didn't bring over the positional thing for nothing. Oh, nice. Mind over matter, don't bother guarding. Oh, wait. I was thinking of another one of its moves. If we attack from the back... Okay, that was funny. If we attack from the back, you would notice I'm not doing any damage. That giant shield on his back, as Drippy is about to say, I'll just let him take over. Oi! Ollie boy!
This beastie by his got a big old shield protecting his back, ain't it? Better give him a whacking from the front, I reckon.
Oh, wait. I just tried to do something that I can't yet. Okay, so Bashura, minor notes. If I remember correctly, for some reason, he's weak to water. He doesn't have any fire attacks. Oh, Soul Seal. Soul Seal. That thing that appeared around Esther. That's an effect known as Nyx. It hasn't really appeared yet, but just know it's extremely dangerous. In a game where the battle system revolves around magic, you can imagine how dangerous a status where you just can't use magic is. Yeah, we're already halfway. Oh no, I did not go. Devastation, that is his strongest attack. Oh boy. Anyway, so Bashura is not that hard. I'm gonna be honest. If you struggled, it's because you're underleveled. That's really all it is to it. Either that or you don't understand the combat system. You get to the charge now. Oh! Wait. Actually,
Esther, it's my...
come on. Come on. Oh my god. Go-Go would have been a very good person to get... Oh, I am so glad that that did not land. Go-Go would have been a very good miracle move. Oh, speaking of, where's Go-Go? Well, I managed to get the guard in at least. Oh my god. Okay, I need to stop trying to go for Go-Go. Also, in the same vein, Bashura is also... Why? Oh well, it's better than nothing. I am so glad they didn't cancel it. Yeah, so... Actually... Hey, Mega Eevee, do you think I should have a party member death counter? Because that is like the third time Esther has died. So, Esther, you did not deserve that level up. Anyway, we received a page describing Bashura. That's the thing. Esther can't get better armor. Esther's about to get a pretty big upgrade, though. Esther might seem useless, but fun fact, she's technically better than Oliver because of what we're about to get. Hey, you passed the test of strength. The proof of strength. We did it! Oliver, we did it! We sure did. That's the last trial. You passed them all. Oh, I got you a graduation present. Here. Bridge. Remember all those places that we couldn't go, namely Old Smoky and next to the Deep Dark Wood? Yeah, that's what this thing's for. This is such a useful spell. It gets so much use. Broom Broom! I would throw it in the trash if I could. This is by far one of the most useless spells. It's used for one side quest. Yep. New spells? Thank you very much, Master Solomon.
Tiny! They look like proper useful ones, too.
Of course they are, stupid. I wouldn't give them rubbish ones, would I? I beg to differ. I mean, Bridge! Yeah, that's a good one. But why would you give me Broom Broom? I can think of another spell that would be so much better for you to give me. I really can. Anyway, it's time for the main event. My specialist subject. Familiars. I'm going to teach you the secrets of creature taming. Creature taming? Ooh, sounds interesting. Heh, you're a bit annoying, but at least you're enthusiastic. Okay, first let's talk about serenading. What's serenading? I'm just about to tell you, aren't I, stupid? It's something you can't do without a special instrument for a start. An instrument? So that means... Okay, let me skip. I'll explain this after this cutscene.
Master.
Here, take this. It's called the Heart-Winning Harp.
Wow, it's beautiful.
The Heart-Winning Harp will be Esther's weapon from this point onward. It is automatically equipped, so don't worry about having to equip it. It's not just beautiful, it's useful too. You can play it to tame creatures and make them your familiars. Yes, Solomon, it is easier to show us than explain. Those of you that have played Pokemon will find this very familiar. Okay. Anyway. Shut up. Okay, so what Solomon is saying here that I'm skipping over because I hate tutorials. When you defeat an enemy, while Esther is in the party with the Heart-Winning Harp equipped, there is a random chance, instead of dying, they will be stunned. Hearts will appear above their heads. When this happens, switch to Esther and serenade. This is the thing I was talking about where the don't do anything tactic could be useful. Small notes. The AI is not dumb enough to attack a familiar that can be tamed. If they're in the middle of an attack, they will immediately stop said attack. And you can only kill a familiar that you can tame by actively going in and attacking them again. So yeah, that tactic is now useless. So, going over them. This guy may look familiar. Okay, I'll be real. We can get both of these familiars, like, in, like, 5 minutes, realistically. If I wasn't doing it next stream, we could absolutely get these two familiars in, like, 5 minutes, maybe 30. The Lagoon Naiad! Oh boy. This is the best healer in the game. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not saying that as a joke because Esther is trash. It is genuinely the best familiar in the game and one of the best familiars to put on Esther. The Lagoon Naiad learns pretty much every healing spell in the book. She doesn't learn any good attacking spells, but who the hell cares? It's time to go over a very rare ability. Upsy Daisy. Upsy Daisy is a revive spell. You might think, well, okay, that's pretty commonplace in RPGs. Not in this game. Oliver doesn't learn it. Esther doesn't learn it. Our Seed Sprite won't learn it till much later. And the Lagoon Naiad has early access to it. This thing has the best healing skills in the game. It is the best healer. Because of that, always pick this one. This isn't even a choice like Pokemon where it's just, yeah, this one's the best, but the other two are serviceable. This one is a special attacker. This one, what does Solomon say? Huh. Funny you should say that. It sucks at using physical attacks. This one is a bit of a mix between physical attacker and magic. And I'm just gonna say this right now. We can get Boggly Boo by wandering around Mount Smoky, specifically the foot. And that forest area is where we can get this thing. We don't get this thing for a while. So I'm just gonna say this. Pick the Lagoon Naiad. But as Solomon says, it's better to show than tell.
Here we go.
We can only use Esther for this battle. And that's for the best. This is why Esther is technically the best party member in the game. Now, these familiars won't attack you. They won't do anything. And fun fact, Esther's attack stat is buffed to hell in this fight. She'll actually be doing good damage. I say as I immediately miss. So, there we go. When this happens... Okay. Now, thankfully, there's no timer for this. You're going to want to be quick on the draw. Do you see that little circle around the heart? That's not for show. That's a timer. These familiars won't run, thankfully, so I can actually show it off. When that gauge runs out, the familiar will run. And you've lost the chance to serenade them. Basically, most of the time you'll be playing as Oliver, this much is true. But when this happens, press the L button, switch to Esther, press the Serenade button. During this time, Oliver will be controlled by the AI. I would recommend having him on Don't Use Abilities for this. So that way nothing changes when you switch back to him. Now, let's serenade him. We have the choice to stop serenading and serenading. Self-explanatory, if you press stop serenading, you're basically saying, no, I don't want it. But if you don't want a familiar, and you just want to get rid of it, just attack it. It'll immediately die. Upon taming a new familiar, like always, we get to pick a name. And I've been debating a name for this little goddess of life for a while. The names we have: Gemma, Gem, Gems, Nai Nai. I don't like any of those. You know what name I do like? We now have Melia. I think it fits. We did it! We tamed a creature! Heh, not bad for a first try, I suppose. Like I said, anyone can beat a creature, but Esther has to play the song to tame it. So you have to work together if you want to get more familiars. I know it's hard for selfish brats like you, but you'll just have to try. Yes, Master Solomon, we understand. Neato, huh, Esther? Oh, and you can have 3 more familiars as well as the ones you use in battle.
Daddy, but what happens if we get all overexcited and tame more familiars than we've got room for?
Then you'll have to speak to a little friend of mine. Look over there a second. Finally, time to use these. These are not fast travel points. In fact, I kind of glossed over them, and I kind of said the joke of this thing isn't this thing. Okay, onward to see old Father Oak. I believe that was the joke I used, where I just bring it up, but then I immediately disregard it. That's just my style of humor. What a funny looking little thing. Is he familiar too? Don't be stupid. That's the rep from the familiar retreat. He'll take any familiars you don't need off your hands and keep them safe back in the retreat. I don't know why they chose this familiar to show it off. We haven't even encountered any of those yet. Also, it's a very special familiar.
Oh, there's useful. Looks like you'll be keeping busy then, eh, Esther?
I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see what kinds of creatures they're out there to chain. You can find the familiar retreat holes in every time you visit. And even in some dangerous places, too. Oh, I think I've seen some in places we've been already. Hang on, look. Your familiar's ready to metamorphose. What? Blimey, I have to teach you about that as well, do I? You don't know anything. Fine, I'll teach you about metamorphosis, too. But give me a break first, will you? Explaining this is gonna give me a face ache.
Metamorphosis.
At this point, I will warn you. If there is if there are any moves you want your might to learn, go learn them now. You're about to be locked out of them. I think I'm good. Also, hello Sparking, welcome to the stream. We're in the middle of tutorials. Right, it's time to teach you about metamorphosis. This is boring, so listen carefully, I'm not explaining it again. If you look, you can see your familiar wants to metamorphose. And for that one, you'll need one of these. Here. This is the other thing that a familiar's astral sign affects. Is this some kind of treat? It's not just any old treat. Look, just try it, will you? I'm bored of talking. Give it to that mite you've got there. Feed it to him in the creature cage, you mean? Okay, here goes. Upon reaching a certain level, familiars will be able to metamorphose. Let me put this in terms everyone understands. At a certain level, familiars will be able to evolve. That's what this is. Evolution works a bit differently in this game, though. To evolve it, you need to feed it a drop that corresponds to their astral sign. So for Smitey here, we need a sun drop. We can evolve it into a Mighty Mite, but hold up. Does that say level 1? Oh, well, we don't really have a choice in the matter. You're forced to do this for the tutorial. Smitey metamorphosed into a Mighty Mite. The number of tricks Smitey can perform in battle increased by 1. He has a new trick slot. Neato, look at my familiar. That's metamorphosis. When a familiar gets big enough, you can feed it special treats to make it change into a new version. Metamorphosis. Got it. When familiars metamorphose, they get stronger, look different, and learn better tricks. They also get to gobble up more gems, meaning you can teach them even more tricks. The treat you need to feed a familiar to make it metamorphose depends on its size. Something you never would have worked out on your own. You're too late, Solomon. Oh, and here's another piece of priceless wisdom you don't deserve. When familiars metamorphose, they go back to level 1. But that doesn't mean you're back at square one. Once you train them up, they'll be much more powerful than they were before. Whether you metamorphose your familiars or not is up to you. Some idiots prefer to stick with what they've got. Do what you want. I don't care. Now you don't need anything else explaining, do you? You're fine with what I've told you, right? Yes, Master Solomon. Good. I hate explaining all that stuff. This just in. Solomon hates tutorials. He did not want to give us that tutorial, but he had to. Anyway, if you want to hear all the boring details again, you can just ask that boring old telling stone you got there. Oh, I forgot about this. I said last time that was the last time you'll ever hear him. This is awkward. Anyway, once again, the Telling Stone is your one-stop shop to review tutorials. Anyway, now we have to go back to Mamoon. Allow me to explain. You can really tell the difference between a player that metamorphs their familiars and one that doesn't. How metamorphosis works. Your familiar goes back to level 1, but the stat gains they gain on a level up is much higher. When Smitey reaches level 16 again, he will be twice as strong. Not only that, you can learn new attacks. Now, the thing about this, you want to metamorphose your familiars, but you need to be smart about when you do it. You don't want to metamorphose your familiars right before a boss fight. I'm going to say this right now. If you want to metamorphose your familiars, do it now. Oh my god. Melly has a twin son? That is so lucky! I never get a twin son on the Lagoon Naiad. I was right naming it Melia. This thing's a real winner. Anyway, you might notice Esther's not a big fan of fairies. We're not gonna get someone that can use fairies well for a while. That's good. Anyway, you only get Healing Tear, but just wait until you can metamorphose. My tips for metamorphosing. Metamorphose when a familiar has learned all of their tricks. Like Go-Go here, I'm gonna want to metamorphose him after he levels up once. Thumbo over here, I'm not gonna care. Honestly, Thumbo is good. In fact, all three of Oliver's starting familiars are actually really good. I'm gonna say that right now. Like, they're actually pretty good. The only problem is, your might is gonna get outclassed towards the end of the game. Now that we can tame familiars, I'm gonna say this right now. The might is good. He really is. But he's gonna get outclassed. He's one of the best familiars. But towards the end of the game, we will be fighting basically nothing but star signs. This drags him down. My recommended setup is to have one of each sign on each character, so they can at least take advantage of everything. This is going to be my setup for Esther for a while. Also, one other thing, before we end. Well, before I progress story a bit, so I don't have to worry about dancing around the truth next stream. Now, these tickets are relevant. Talk to Solomon again. And you can exchange familiar tickets for special familiars. For those that want to break the game, you already have what you need. I'm going to trade in the Griffey. Griffles, because I don't plan on using him. Griffles! The Griffey is busted. So, he's of the bird genus. Put him on Esther, and suddenly... Okay, at level 1, look at that attack stat. At level freaking 1. Now, my Mighty Might is that powerful, but he also has equipment. And he has 1 point thanks to snacks. I refuse to use him. Straight up, I refuse to use him. Because he's too powerful. Now, another thing about familiar tickets. Oh yeah, you can also exchange for a golden version of all your starting familiars. If you felt like you got cheated out of your Might's true potential, this is a good way of doing it. Flutterbee is also not that good. Well, it's not that good, honestly. Okay. Flutterbee is of the Vermes genus, so it is good on Oliver. However, so look at those stats. Just why? This thing is more of a magic attacker, but it's got terrible stats. So yeah. It is a rare familiar though, so if you want to complete the creature compendium, you do have to trade in that ticket. Next up, we have a Draggle. This is another good familiar for Oliver. And until I get something else, I'm actually going to use him. I'm going to name him Draco. Alright. Draco here is actually pretty good. Surprisingly. Draco, well, the Draggle, not only is a dragon, so he has increased stats with Oliver, is a excellent attacker. And I'm getting raided. I'm getting raided while I'm in the middle of explaining something. Hello, Rod G-Rate. Welcome, Rod Gamer and Chris Zimmerman. Welcome. What? Let me get the raid screen up. Welcome, Raiders. What were you playing? Oh, shit. I dropped a water bottle. Alright. So, hello. Wait, how much stream delay is that? I've heard Kirby's Air Ride is a really fun game. Also, I just realized there's a ludicrous amount of stream delay now. Anyway, McEvie, I'm doing good. Back to what I was talking about. Draggle is an excellent attacker. I'll be real. Only reason I'm not using Draggle is because there's another familiar I like using more. There's just another familiar I like using more than Draggle. Anyway, so I recommend, if you have those giant tooths like I have, put them on them. Any and all attack buff doesn't... It works like magic. He'll magically be one-shotting everything. Oh, minor note. I believe dragons also like chocolate. Oh, also, if you go to the familiar retreat for the first time, I won't be reading his dialogue, he can store up to 400 familiars, but he'll also give you 3 vials of Great Sage's Secret. And 3 of each star sign for jumbo drops. Jumbo drops, you have to use them to evolve your familiars past their first evolution. Now then, for those that are looking for the cheat sheet on good familiars, I recommend grabbing. There are 2 familiars in particular that are actually really good for Oliver. That unfortunately you couldn't tame because we didn't have Esther at the time. First, the Ouroboros. You can find it in the rolling hills. It is an excellent magic attacker that is of the Vermes genus, and it uses storm magic. It can even evolve to learn dark magic if you so wish. It's amazing on Oliver.
What's that rumbling noise, Ollie boy? It ain't your stomach, is it?
Oh my goodness! Look over there! Oh no.
Knickers! That ain't good!
Oh no! Old Smokey is erupting! Old Smokey? We just read about it in the Wizard's Companion, Oliver. Not that long ago, actually.
It's a volcano over to the west of Mamoon. Proper huge it is. I'm no scientist, but I reckon it's the whole reason this whole region is so nice and warm. But it shouldn't be erupting. There's a massive, great big boulder blocking the crater to stop that from happening.
Jeepers, do you really think it's come loose somehow? Well, thanks for the raid, Rod Gamer. We also are about to end anyway, because I have been going on for a little too long.
After all these hundreds of years? Not without some serious encouragement, it hasn't.
There's nothing in the old stories about it ever having been dislodged before.
Then it's an unprecedented disaster. We got on our hands, is it? Crikey, Mamoon could be in danger.
We have to go to Old Smokey. It's an amazing game. This is not a blind playthrough. I mainly do content that involves explaining complicated games so people better understand its mechanics. What? We have to put the boulder back and stop the volcano from erupting.
You're joking, ain't you? It's hard as flipping flip up there, man.
The desert by here is arctic by comparison. We'll be burnt to cinders. But didn't you bring me here to save the world? We have to go. We have to save Mamoon. He's right. We passed the trials, didn't we? We can do this.
Why, you little beauties. It's enough to make a grown fairy cry, seeing how far you've come. Alright, I'm game. Let's save the day. Onwards to Old Smokey.
Alright, let's go. Okay, back to my list. Okay, screw you too. A good familiar for Oliver is not just Ouroboros. If you're looking for a good tank to put on Oliver, there is also Whippersnapper. Anyway, Smitey is back at level 1 and will not do much damage. But here's the thing. I don't notice a difference. Do you guys? Yeah, our familiar is still quite strong. Of course, I say as I immediately do next to no damage to the Green Puncher. Oh, I was about to use a spell.
Nice fire.
Now, by the way, the AI is smart enough to not pull out a level 1. So yeah, it's completely luck-based if you can recruit familiars. Now, on top of Whippersnapper, there are a couple familiars I would recommend taming before continuing.
We're under attack.
The first is the Sunshine over here. Sunshine and Green Buncher will be required for side quests later. So, it would just be more convenient to grab them now. Oh my god!
Esther, it's my turn. Are you ready?
Wow, that was not staged. That was not staged. I know I just finished talking about it, but that absolutely was not staged. Oliver, why are you? I swear to you, that was not staged. If you want to use Sunshine as a familiar, Sunshine is a magic attacker of the fire variety. Sunbum. I won't be giving any thought to familiars I never plan on using. Anyway, Green Buncher, Turban, and Sunshine will be required for later side quests. Now, for practical purposes, I'd actually recommend taming one of those skeletons, if you can.
Let's do it.
Well, anyway, we're gonna head to Mamoon, and then I'm gonna end stream because I need to turn in the side quest, and I like to do that now. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever tamed this familiar. I don't know what he does. So yeah, it's a situation where once you tame it, you switch back to Oliver to do your thing. Yeah, we're already getting stronger. Oh, wait, if you're playing along and you decide to play ahead, little tip. You're safe to metamorphose your familiars right now. But, once you start climbing Mount Smoky, I would suggest holding off on taming them. Whoa. Oh, no, I'm metamorphosing them. There will be a boss at the end of Old Smoky. Afterwards, you're completely safe. We won't have another boss for a while. For this stream, you're going on for long enough, I'm just trying to get to Mamoon. Now, there's a lot of theories online, a lot of people saying, I found a way to guarantee a familiar. Don't believe any of them. The familiar recruitment is pure chance. It's pure RNG. There's no way to control it, no way to increase the odds. Well, there is a way to increase the odds, but that's for a little bit later. Oh, Esther learned quick mark. Oh, nice. Speaking of metamorphosing, what are your tricks? Yep, you have every trick. I'm going to. I don't have any sun drops. Oh, star drops. Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm used to having as many drops as I could have possibly want. Okay. So yeah, that's my list of familiars that I would suggest taming. Now, you won't find much use for the skeletons, but they will be useful later on. Also, a new side quest has opened up, despite the fact that Old Smokey's about to erupt. This guy, I won't accept it yet. He wants a turban and one of those green bunchers. Let's go turn in our bounty. Trust me, you're going to want this reward if you're still using the seed sprite. Also, a duel in the desert. We have a new thing. I'll pick it up. I'll do it later. We have 2 stamp cards, so I'm now going to get Jackpot. Alright, that's it for this stream. Next time on Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, I will have an Ouroboros, and we will be stopping Old Smokey. At this point, I feel like the game really begins. Hello, boy in swimsuit. How dare you ruin my outro. Hey, this kid just ruined my outro. Alright. Bye. No half-naked children will bother me now. Okay, I'll see you guys next time. Let's see if I can't find us a raid target. I know who to raid. I'm also kind of interested in what he's doing because after okay, so in our first conversation with Rashad, someone DM'd me and was talking about this YouTuber, and I'm curious what he's doing now. As always, be kind and respectful to the raid target. Don't break the chat rules. You guys should know the drill by now. Oh, I'll see you guys next time. Bye!